Welcome to Paperweights, the podcast where two self-proclaimed gym rats and shooting enthusiasts delve into the world of literature with a sprinkle of humor. Although their biceps could crush a walnut, don't let that intimidate you. They also have a nerdy side. Mike and Brandon have a voracious appetite for reading, particularly in the fantasy genre, and they want to share their passion with you. So grab your protein shake and your favorite novel and join us for a humorous and insightful journey into the world of books with Paperweights.
Welcome back to another episode of the Paperweights. I'm your host, Brandon.
And Justin.
Hi. How did you feel about this gigantic Sanderlanche?
It was really fun.
I really think it's the biggest Sanderlanche I've read.
Yeah, it's 160 pages, and it's like might as well be like a book's worth of stuff happens.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm excited to get to talking about it. Also excited about my cruise at the end of this week. So I'll be cruising whenever this episode releases. Yeah, so all right, if you're still with us, and if you happen to be that one person on YouTube that likes every video, I just want to say I love you and thank you. And if you haven't, not that one particular person, but anybody listening, if you have not visited our sponsor, Mudcat Whiskers, head on over to their website, www.mudcatwhiskers.com, and check out what they currently have in stock as far as beard wash, conditioner, oil, balm, and butters, as well as candles. They have a variety of scents. They even have unscented oils and products for your beard. So if you are sensitive and or allergic to fragrances, those might work for you. They also work for hunting season. When you want to have a good looking beard, but you don't want the scents to go downwind and scare off your prey. Because that does happen sometimes, So, all right. Oh yeah, don't forget, use code Paperweights at checkout and you'll save yourself 15%. All right, Justin, let's get into this.
All
So,
right, let's do it.
yeah, first, all right, there's not many chapters, so the epigraphs are short. And essentially what we learned from the epigraphs, apparently the Isla Steel was just like a poem sized piece of literature that they could never crack the code for. But essentially we learned that humans were the original void bringers, and they came from another planet because they had destroyed it, made it uninhabitable by using the surges and abusing the sprin. And we learned that essentially Odium was their god that they brought over. So prior to Odium being the god of the Harshendi, they were the god of humans. It is yet to be foreseen if Honor was the god of the Parshendi to begin with, though. So that would be interesting.
It would be.
It kind of reminds me, and I just thought of this. It kind of reminds me of how like the Democrat and Republican parties have kind of over the years, at least once, if not two or more times, have kind of become the opposite parties. Um, where they ended up like changing what they stood for, and becoming, you know, pioneers for a certain group over time, which is interesting.
Yeah, see that.
Um,
Yeah, interesting getting more context on the ancient humans. Very curious if they came from a planet that is written about in the Cosmere, or if it's a separate thing. If it's a separate thing, I wonder like how humans populated the universe because they're in like, so many different uh worlds.
and
Or-
systems. Yeah.
yeah, if like maybe the shards like create the seed of humans, and that when it Adol nauseum or whatever happened, he blew up or whatever. I don't know.
I can see that. Almost like kind of similar to like a Big Bang type thing where when they shattered ad nauseum and it just like went off to different planets and took essentially, that same life material with it.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, because they're on lease what like Mistborn Planet, uh, um,
Warbreaker,
Warbreaker, the first book he wrote,
Elantris,
Elantris,
yeah,
and then if there's a
Stormlight.
well, the original human planet in Stormlight, if it's a different one.
Yeah,
So
which it is.
yeah, so that's at least four planets where humans evolved from.
And we have excuse me, we have a few other short stories that came up where Sixth of Dusk is another planet, and then um what it was Shadows for Silence in the Forests of Hell, which is a crazy name for a short story.
Yeah, that's a crazy name.
That one's a really fun. Maybe we can if we do take a break or have a break, maybe we can read that one and discuss it next week. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, they have multiple um, different planets with humans on them, so it would be interesting to see eventually whenever we get the Dragon Steel book to come out to see the origins of things.
Yeah. So like if there was no shards originally on Roshar, could could be a reason why the Parshendi like evolved and there were no humans there, and then all the shards came and screwed stuff up. That's a possibility. Kind of cool.
What do you think of like surely ad nauseum, if being the god, like one god with the embodiment of all these different ideals. So, you got cultivation, which she's only worried about growing things. She doesn't care what they grow into. They just need to grow. We got honor, which is like oaths and doing the right thing. We've got odium, which is passion. Um, or he claims he's passion, but everybody else is like, no, he's pure hatred. Um, and then we know we have on the Mistborn planet, we have Ruin and
The other one.
what's God? Why can't I remember the other one? It's
Some.
oh my God. This is why preservation.
Yeah, that's right.
There we go. Ruin and preservation. Obviously, Ruin wants to destroy things. Preservation wants to preserve things. So we just got these are all shards and ideas and parts of the full God. Um, so be interesting what happens. Be interesting to see the God be put back together as well at the end.
Yeah. I wonder.
But I don't know if I finished my thought. I'm kind of all over the place this morning.
Mm, you're
Um,
good.
but if that being was responsible for creating everything, then the Parshendi would have been also created prior to humanity.
Yeah, I mean,
Not prior, but maybe alongside.
it just depends on like I don't know if there is a creation myth of like the Cosmere, but it's like if there's one god or multiple gods, or like if he's God but not like you know like a Christian God. He's not like creator of the entire universe. He's just like this supreme being that created some stuff, and then like the Parshendi are made from a different god, or like just evolved separately or something. So I don't really know. We don't, as far as I know, there's no creation myth yet. There's no Silmarillion of the Cosmere. Um,
Yeah, not that
so
I know of.
yeah, so we can just think. I just think that since all the planets that have shards have humans, that's probably where they and because otherwise it would make no sense for humans to just separately evolve on all these different planets. So it has to be probably the shards that seeded the human throughout the
I can see
universe.
that. I can see that. They have
'Cause-
different attributes too, so
Yeah, and like I guess the different shards would like that's probably why each one of them has evolved to have the different investitures because it came from the shards, and that's how they like. I don't know. Since Brandon likes to make it somewhat science, I could see that being the case.
yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah, guess we'll see in 20 years if I'm right or not.
All right, and then the other epigraphs were just the postscript of the Way of Kings. Um, we get kind of a thematic connection here about journey, you know, the journey before the destination, and we see a lot of that in this chapter. Um, we get some people saying an oath and getting a sprint. We see Dalinar um, accepting his journey, and so nice little connection there. Not too much details. It also kind of reinforces the fact that he said he walked to,
Yeah,
Urthuru. Yeah, the last one says, "Yes, I began my journey alone, and I ended it alone." But that does not mean that I walked alone. So
yeah. I will say just I don't know how much we're gonna get into it in the chapters, but like the humans coming and like the Parshendi and all that stuff. Not to get like political, I don't want to talk about the actual conflict, but I really think Brandon took a lot of inspiration from the Israel-Palestine conflict. It's happened
I
over 100 years.
I was I was feeling that same thing because it's like, all right, most of the people, even people that I know that have like just verbally stated which side they're on with the current climate, and we don't have to get into details, but
Yeah,
even those people have said, it's like it's tough. Like,
yeah,
who do you? Because like, okay,
yeah,
these
because it
people were originally there, but then these people came, but then now these, you know,
yeah claimed the land over hundreds and now in this case thousands of years, and like the messiness of all the different stuff, and like both sides have it's just very messy. But I really think he took a lot of inspiration from that conflict. Um,
I can totally see that. And that was before.
yeah, before the well, I mean, it's been happening for
It has
like
been
a
happening,
100 years, but yeah,
um, but like the dissemination of all that information has just gone out to, you know, first world countries and
yeah,
people that may not have like studied as much stuff, but they're like, oh, hey, okay, I have an opinion of that. That
yeah,
this information, this is how I would handle that information. So, yeah,
yeah,
uh, I totally agree because I was thinking the same thing.
yeah. I probably didn't like since it's super in the news now with what's going on, but like in 2017, I probably didn't catch on it as much when I read it the first time, kind of like how much he drew from that conflict. So it's just interesting.
Yeah,
Real world messiness of this uh book.
yeah.
But yeah, we can
He,
move
he does.
on.
He does take a lot from modern uh, issues and tries to kind of relate to them. Um, and just humanity in general, like the whole idea of mental health and depression and personal struggles and feelings of loneliness and isolation, especially in this series right here. Um, just a real, like, it is, the world itself is so alien to us that it's like, okay, we're put out there as like we can escape from our reality. Um, but at the same time, we can connect to these characters because they're so human.
Yes, definitely.
So, all right, let's dive into
Let's
the
dive
chapters.
in. A lot of shit happens.
Yeah.
Like last part was super long and a lot of stuff happens, and this one's like somehow even more stuff happens in a condensed amount of time. It's crazy. Like it
Yes.
just like goes from to 11 like almost immediately. This one is a little bit more subdued. We start off with 114, the cost. Dalinar POV. This is I think this is the last flashback of the book. 5.5 years ago, we get we get to see him make the deal with not the Night Watcher, but basically it's a fun thing with Dalinar. He like ends up going to the valley. Like you just kind of like it's all overgrown. You like walk through and there's like a path that like forms around you when you're ready to go and stuff. It's really cool. Uh, then he ends up meeting the Night Watcher. Um, and this is basically cultivation Stormfather Spren. So it's like a higher Spren than regular ones, but and it's like offering him like more material stuff where Dalinar is asking for forgiveness. And it's Nightwatcher seems kind of confused about that. Like it offers him a bunch of wealth,
Treasures and
power,
everything.
treasures. I think even Nightblood makes a mention of that because he's like
Yeah,
a
it kind of is like I can offer you a sword that talks to you.
yeah.
Did
It says something
a
like
blade that bleeds darkness and cannot be defeated?
yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay,
So I
that's
wonder
night blood.
if Nail went there and made a pact to get Nightblood.
I don't, I wouldn't think so. Because Nightblood comes from Warbreaker,
Yeah.
and so one of those characters, I mean, Zyle created Nightblood, a
Yeah.
fashion after the
But like
spren, but
maybe cultivation, like the Night Watcher's keeping it like safe. Like maybe Zale gave it to the Night Watcher for like safekeeping or something.
oh, maybe.
Or just it seems like she has the power to give it to him. So I don't know how she got it, but it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Or maybe instead of it being Nightblood, like this is how like maybe Zyle or slash Vasher worked with cultivation to
to make
create
it
to make it. So like the Night Watcher has that ability.
capability,
Um, and then I just know, I mean, I just connected Knight being the first name on both of these things, the sprint and the blade. So maybe, it's like blood of the Night Watcher is what made Night blood.
that'd be cool.
Um,
We just get the sword being like mother, and like oh shit,
right? That would be interesting.
that would be interesting.
That's like a 1 to 5 million odds of happening. So
Yeah.
put $100 on there.
All right.
Bet
Done.
$100 down, and we'll see.
Yeah. So then basically cultivation comes and like talking with Dalinar and he's like trying to um and also like before that the Night Watcher says that he is the son of honor and the son of odium, which will come into play. But he asks for forgiveness and she does the thing where she's like I'm gonna prune you of these memories and you might still serve odium, but at least I'll have like a little piece of you. Um, but and she says that the memories are going to come back. which they are. Um, which makes me wonder if like all the boons are just being pruned. That's why Lift is starting to grow again because she actually can't like permanently do stuff to you.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well.
Or maybe Lift also saw cultivation instead of Night Watcher.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like Lyft saw or whatever Lyft asked for. Like of she probably asked to not grow anymore. Which she asked to not be grow old, right?
Yeah.
That's what she says anyway. That seems to not be a material thing that the Night Watcher could give. But also Taravangian asked for capacity. Um, that doesn't sound like a material thing either. So, maybe it's that veil or if you go seeking for something and if it's material, then the Night Watcher does it. But if it's beyond and like cultivation feels like there can be a lot of growth that can occur, then she steps in and grants it.
Yeah.
Because Taravangians seems to be that way as well.
Yeah, he's kind of starting to lose it as well.
Yeah,
Even though,
he's having more unintelligent days, it
yeah,
seems. Um, like less than average intelligence days, it seems.
yeah. And now that I think about it, Lift says you smell like her, which we now know is cultivation. So
She says that to Taravangian.
no, to
Dalinar.
Dalinar when
Yeah,
she meets her in Azer,
yeah,
and Dalinar thinks he means the Night Watcher, but it's actually cultivation. I'm guessing.
yeah.
But yeah,
Has Lift met Taravangian yet?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not that we know that like Gox has gone to Irithyr and Lift has gone there, but I doubt like Lift was in any meetings or anything.
We haven't seen the two on screen together.
Yeah, we haven't seen the two spread together. Um, so he you know, it's a good scene. He ends up taking the deal, obviously, and then he kind of gets out and he's gonna go to the Shattered Plains and he asks for a copy of the Way of Kings, which will start the first book. So basically, we're a little bit before the first book now in the flashbacks.
Yeah.
Right?
I really did like this, and it's so I've read this book before, and we know like it's not a secret that Dalinar went and saw the Night Watcher, right? But I completely forgot, the scenes of meeting the cultivation, um, and exactly what she says and what she implies, and there's still some mystery here. Yeah, I took a quote that says, "In doing this, I provide for him a weapon." Obviously, she's talking about odium.
Yeah.
Dangerous, very dangerous, yet all things must be cultivated. What I take from you will grow back eventually. This is part of the cost. It will do me well to have a part of you, even if you ultimately become his. You are always bound to come to me. I control all things that can be grown, nurtured, and that includes the thorns. So, it's cultivation really here. You see her say it, and then you see Dalinar mention it later about, he had to grow, like he had to have that growth. Like the memories came back to remind him of how much he has grown. And like if he was stuck with those memories for that time frame, like the past 6 years, 5.5 years, he he wouldn't have been able to grow past those memories and things. So
Yeah.
he was able to, without those memories of what he did, uh understand like who he has to be for his sons and for the Alethi kingdom
World.
and the world. And so as they came back, it gave him the power we see later to be like, no, this is like I take full ownership for
Yeah.
myself. And you see that struggle with, you see Amaram on the other end going, no, I could never like, he's like, he would never forgive me. He's like, who? He's like, this guy. He would never forgive me. Um, and you see glimpses of that with Teft. Luckily, he took the higher option of forgiving himself or protecting himself, even though he doesn't think he's worth it.
Yeah.
Um, and then you even see that with Moash a little bit,
Yeah. Also with Vinley.
and Vinley, yes. Um, but cultivation, ultimately, she is like Switzerland. She's like neutral. It's like I will grow thorns, I will grow um, roses. I'll grow flowers that are cute. I'll grow Venus flytraps. You know, whatever it does, it'll do its own, but I'll make sure it grows.
Yeah, I do hope because she's like the only other god in this on this planet, now that Honor's dead. I hope we get more cultivation because she's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I like her.
Um,
Have you seen any drawings, like any artwork of her?
no.
There's some. There's one artist, Shandel, um, on Instagram. I'll have to link you her page. Like she does a whole lot of like digital art, and a lot of it is with the Cosmere and Stormlight archives.
Okay.
Um,
Just gotta link these non-spoiler art pieces.
yes, yeah, they are. Most of what she does is non-spoiler for us at this moment in time. So
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I'll, we can get to later, but I'm very curious what the next book is gonna be like. But we have to get through this book first. Um, yeah, cool chapter. We're only in one end, so let's move on. Chapter 115. Crazy. The Wrong Passion. All right. So this starts like a long series of like chapters with a billion points of view. Um, we're gonna, I think the easiest way is we're just gonna go through each little section and then we're gonna like discuss that little section and then keep on going. Some of them could be like, yeah, that happened, it's cool, but we'll try to get through it. Otherwise, it'll just be really confusing because like this one has Dalinar, Shallan, Yasna, Vinley, Teft, Navani, Kaladin. It's just like holy shit, there's so many. It's really cool, but it's a lot to discuss.
yeah,
All right, so we're starting off with Dalinar. He's watching the Everstorm's approaching the city, and basically had to move his ships away so they wouldn't get smashed by the Everstorm. But since it's Odium's storm, they're able to just like sail through it. Um, then they basically they're gonna assault the city. Amran and all his troops are coming, and then there's reinforcements that you're through that are gonna come in, and Downer is like, thinking about why she cultivation is like let his memories come back and like what he has to do and stuff, and then he picks up his little comfy Way of Kings book, and he's like, gonna go into the city.
yeah, he carries that book with him
Yep.
pretty much the entire battle. Um, yeah, I like how he's laying out kind of the um Sanderson does a really good job of kind of laying out what's coming up and who's doing what. Because even later on, when we get into the Battle of Thalen City,
Yeah.
like he has Dalinar point at people and direct it and say, you're doing this. So we know, okay,
Yeah.
these people are doing this going here. we do get some cross interactions there. But I like how he lays it out, and that Amaram's troops, you know, when he first arrives in the city, like he makes a note that Amaram is a good strategist and he has complete control like of his troops and soldiers when it is like a wartime.
Yeah.
Few chapters back, we saw that Sadius's or Amaram's troops were kind of sloven and unorderly in Urithiru during kind of like a peacetime. It's because they don't know anything other than war, I think. Um,
Yeah, they're I mean, even like book one, they're shown to be like more kind of barbarian than like Dalinar's like disciplined troops, but they were always good in combat. They just kind of didn't have the discipline, and like they're like war camps and stuff to like, do that. I will say like this entire thing, what I really like about it is it shows, and we get this later with Odium and Taravangian, but it shows how smart Odium is. Because like basically they're totally screwed. They're like completely screwed. If Dalinar doesn't do his Deus Ex Machina god powers, like this that's everything's over. Because like Odium just has everything completed, like completely thought out, which is cool.
yeah, that was really cool. Um, yeah, and so we got Amaram's troops that are going to be outside of the city and attack ships as they land. The Thaylen forces, which are less experienced, are going to man the wall. And then, like you said, the Alethi forces that are in Urithiru are standing by as reinforcements. But Dalinar also is worried about them becoming bottlenecked at the Oath Gate by
Yeah,
the fused that are going to be flying around. So
yeah, makes sense. And then now we now go back to Shalon. They're still in Shadesmar, which is crazy. Um, they're looking
you're
at that
still in Shadesmar?
still in Shadesmar. Um, they're looking at that army of people, and initially you're like, that's kind of weird. They sent this entire army to like they like knew that they were coming to the Earth Gate. That's kind of strange. But no, they're there for a different reason. Um, and then so yeah, they're like kind of thinking about what to do, kind of. And then Shalon's like, I don't even know if I can make the Oathgate work. And they're like, all right, well, we gotta do it. And it's kind of like a setup little section.
This is our only option. We have to make this happen.
Yep.
um, but so yeah, here Shalon realizes that Kaladin was like seeing the future, and she's like, "Oh shit! Wit told me not to trust anybody. Kaladin can't be trusted."
Yep. Neither can good old Renarin. So yeah, we got all that. Um, then we get Yasna's point of view. Um, she's kind of watching, the troops and stuff. She's like, I'm pretty sure like Thalen City is lost. Uh, we're kind of screwed. But guess what? I got a little missive about what Truth Watcher Spren look like, and Renards is not that. He's a spy, and she's gonna go kill him.
Yeah, it was really was kind of sad. But yeah,
Yep.
I do like. I think it's funny that Yasna, uh, she was when she was preparing herself that Thalen City was going to be lost. She's said, "I just need to make sure Dalinar doesn't get himself killed. I need to help evacuate the city, and I hope that Amaram's troops soak up arrows long enough for for us to get out of here. It's like
Yeah, kill two
that,
birds with one stone.
that's harsh. Um,
That's
but
what
yeah,
cows knows.
um, what's his name? Gliss. Gliss looks and that's kind of short for glistening, I'm guessing, but a spren rose from his back, bright red, shimmering like the heat of a mirage. So kind of like glistening. A crystalline structure like a snowflake, though it dripped light upward toward the ceiling. In her pouch, she carried a sketch of the proper spren of the Truth Watchers. So yeah. Um, so
Yeah.
we get to see him bonded to one of these.
Do you think it's a sprint of Shah and not because she's like you're not I'm not your enemies and she's been helping them out. So it's like
I think we get clues for that later on. I think this is a corrupt spren from Shah Anat.
okay, that's what makes sense. I don't remember actually reading that, but a lot of stuff happens in this section, so
Yeah, I would have to look forward and get lost and
yeah, we
waste
can.
time. But if I think I made a note about it, a quote somewhere,
That
because I
makes
remember thinking or reading something and go, oh, okay, that makes sense. Instead of it being like, instead of there being two types of spren that deliver the same surges, and based on if you're human or you're Pershendi or whatever, it just makes sense that Shah, not who we already know, can corrupt or enlighten certain spren and change the look of them.
yeah,
Um, I think that makes more sense because we have seen that she changes the look of all those like emotional spren
yeah,
when we were in Kolinar.
yeah, makes sense.
But we can, speaking of interesting spren, we can move on to Vinley's
Yeah,
section.
we get to Vinley. She's goes ashore. She's gonna like help out, kind of being an interpreter, as basically the person you're kind of like reluctant to fight. Um, so the Fuse are kind of like telling them just to go fight, and they're kind of confused about what why they're not wanting vengeance and stuff. And it's really interesting because they they're like are like no, that's Balin City, that's my home. Why would I want to go attack that and stuff? So very interesting getting the Parshendi perspective instead of like the Fuse, 4,000 year vengeance spren in there. Um, and then she
But that fuse that's like ordering them, like Vinley says, it's less insane and a little more reasonable than some of the other fused. So
yeah,
maybe this one hasn't been reborn as many times.
maybe, yeah. And then basically yeah, she's doing all that stuff, and then we see Odium is gonna come personally observe the battle. And,
The thrill shows up as well.
yeah, the thrill is yeah. Yep, we got everything. Everybody's coming here.
And I like
Um,
the description of Odium, because like we've seen him from like Dalinar's visions, and he's just described as an old man in gold and blue robes,
yeah,
with a scepter, but he looks human to Dalinar. But here, when he shows up to Vinley, he looks like an ancient parchman with a face marbled gold and white and a regal scepter he carried like a cane. So he looks like whoever race apparently is looking at him.
yeah. Reminds me of like like some depictions like the devil and stuff, where like they conform themselves to whatever like would most please you or whatever. Um,
Makes
like
sense because why would the parchman follow God that looks human?
yeah, yeah. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Fun stuff. I like seeing like the different sides, like having people in the different areas.
Yeah, and like it's really setting up this battle with all these different sides and craziness is happening. Then we go to Teft. He's running away because of what happened in the interludes about how a bunch of people got of Bridgeport got killed and stuff, and you know
And the honor blade was stolen.
everybody was stolen. Then we see his friends talking to him, and he wants to say the words and stuff, and then he hears sounds of an attack. Parshinia flooded through a oath gate, the one that the one
Next to
that's in
Kolinar.
Kolinar. Yep. Somehow they're getting through. We'll find out why later.
We still don't know who exactly did it, though.
Well, I'm guessing it's Mulata because
I would think so too, but it hasn't been like confirmed in the book,
true, it's
the reading.
Taravangian does it, and she's with Taravangian. So unless he has another radiant, which he could have. Um,
Well, or some whoever stole the honor blade is has the
True,
power
yeah,
to do that.
that's also true. Yeah, because we don't know exactly who did that either. Um, then we switch to Navani. She's with Queen Finn, and they're at the wall. Um, and they're like, like we're gonna do good. We got Amaram's troops and stuff, and then a giant thunderclass appears, and they're like,
It
oh
was like,
shit!
oh God.
It's very cool. Um, yes. That's a little short thing. But it kind of flows directly into Vinley, which she gets to watch the souls of the Thunderclass like awaken to stuff. It's really cool. Um, and she can see into the Kaine realm, which is interesting.
I think
Um,
most of these Parshmen can, right?
yeah, I guess so.
Because like the ones that were chilling at the Oath Gate, they were in and out. They got pulled in
Yeah,
by Odium into the physical realm, right?
yeah. We just haven't seen like the any of the listeners be able to see into the Kaine realm before, but it makes sense that they could. Because
Well,
like
she has that spren
oh, true. Yeah.
in her gem heart.
Yeah,
She is a regal.
that's right. Yeah,
She's
that makes sense. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, so Thunderclaps are really cool. And we get we get to see we get to see the thrill appear in the physical realm. And
yeah, as a
yep.
red mist, charging red horses, angry and galloping, the forms of men killing and dying, shedding blood and reveling in it, bones piled atop one another, making a hill upon which men struggled. It's
Yeah,
pretty badass.
pretty badass. Pretty badass.
And I really think Odium's line in his delivery was pretty badass because like Vinley was like, "Oh, we got all these parshmen," and Odium's like, or no, the it was the fused that was
Mhm.
like, "All right, well, we got all these singers here. Is your army?" He's like, "No, that's not my army. They're just here to watch."
Yeah.
And they're like, "What?"
Yeah.
It's like, "Watch this trick."
Watch this. Hey. And we switch over to Kaladin, and the big red mass of fused souls disappear, and it's like, oh fuck, this is gonna be bad. But there's only six fused guarding the Oathgate, so their job's a lot easier now. Um,
And the largest sprint that he watched go through, that was the Thrill, correct?
yeah,
Because there was that largest one, and then there were two bigger ones, which were the Thunderclasts,
yeah,
and then there were the rest of the fused that were around there, right?
yeah, yeah. You're right. Yeah.
And he's like,
Um,
"Where did that army go?"
then Odium's like, passion, great passion. Um, so he's been preparing these men for decades, he says. Men who want nothing so much as something to break, to gain vengeance against the one who killed their high prince. Let the singers watch and learn. I prepared a different army to fight for us today. And basically, all of Amram's people get possessed by the fuse, and it's all very, very bad. And they turn around to go kill everybody.
So I have a new theory. So we know the high storm is essentially the Stormfather just going through the world, right? It's kind of the physical representation of the Stormfather,
Yeah,
right? So if that's that case, how do you feel about the Everstorm being like that physical representation of the Spren of Odium, like like the Night Watcher, the Stormfather, but for Odium,
makes
that
sense.
a bondsmith would be able to bond to, right? Because I'm pretty sure the Night Watcher is what one another bondsmith can connect to. Then we got the Stormfather, and then whatever this Everstorm is seems
The,
logical.
the only it seems logical. The only pushback I'll give is that we know that there's three, and Everstorm has never happened before, so it has to be something else. It's still weird that the Everstorm has never happened before. Um,
True.
that is not like part of the Desolations. Um, but that could just be like wrong. Um,
It could be wrong.
but I don't, the heralds say like it never happened before, and they would know. So
But we know that Odium can control and change the Everstorm as well. As we saw, it showed up in 5 days instead of 9 days.
yeah,
So he's able to shape it into different, and it seems to be less powerful.
yeah.
So
Wonder if it's because like as the fuse get put into bodies, there's like less souls in the Everstorm, so it's less powerful.
that's a good theory.
Yeah, maybe.
Huh.
Um,
I don't think you're gonna be alone in that theory.
oh, next
Oh,
chapter. But yeah, I'm very curious what the other two sprint are that the bondsmith do. Uh, maybe we'll get more bondsmith. Be nice.
yeah. Wonder
Yes,
who.
I don't know. Uh, 116 alone. It's like we get everybody again. We get Kaladin, we get Dalinar, we get Yasna, we get Shannon, we get Finley, we get Gox. Never gonna call him by his emperor name. We get Seth, we get Navani, we get everybody. Um, so yeah. All right. So we start off with Kaladin. He's he's going. They're still in Shadesmar, obviously. They're still going to. He's gonna go like get the fuse and like distract them. Marshalon can go do OFK, and he's having some reflection on his past life, and you know we get some of his thoughts about that. But he's gonna protect Dalinar. That's his job. And he's like, dance with me, and he flies off to fight the fuse. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yep. We get some Dalinar. He's he's like stumbling. Everything's bad. Ground is shaking. There's like two thunderclaps now. It's gonna be really bad. I really want this, and I want this battle in live action so bad. It'll be so cool. Well, also cost like $1 billion. Still got his book. He's running towards the wall, and he feels the thrill. He's like, oh no, it's bad. But he resists it, which is good to see that he's able to do that. Um, he gets crushed by a boulder, but he's able to heal himself. Good thing he has Stormlight. Um, yeah, the Thunder class is like breaking through the Gemstone Reserve. Right? We saw where Risen is. Good thing is she's not there, or else Dawn Shard wouldn't exist. So she's somewhere else. Maybe she left before the fight. We don't really know. Um, and they
We do see them later on.
oh yeah, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. They're in the city somewhere.
Somewhere, but they're not getting crushed by a Thunderclass, which is good.
Right.
Um, so
But like when the gemstone, sorry,
yeah,
when the thunderclast opens it up, and there's several fuse that fly down into it, and then the thunderclast. I like the idea of the screeching and like a sonorous attack whenever they do
yeah,
these. It just destroys the reserves, and then just like gemstones, just and all the other wealth that's inside the reserve just fly out into the city. Like the city, it's funny. The city is big, but during this fight, just the idea of gemstones being everywhere, like, and it had to be done. Um,
yeah,
it makes sense that the Thunderclast and the Fused would go into the gemstone reserve,
yeah.
um, and then just destroy it, and then that causing the gemstones to fly out and be all around the city, conveniently in place for our Knight's Radiance to be able to suck in
Draw upon.
Stormlight,
Yeah.
except for Lift, who needs food. um,
Yeah, I think she can also second Stormlight. She just doesn't. I don't know, maybe. But I totally forgot about this. He actually talks to Risen when he um yes. Amid the wreckage, you found a young Thela woman alongside an elderly man who appeared to have been previously wounded. So that's Risen and
yeah,
this
it's right here. It's
yeah.
not later like I thought it was, but it's right.
Yes, literally right here. Yeah, so if Dalinar finds out that they stole the king's drop, um they tried to steal it before, but now they have taken it. So he needs to get it back, but there's a bunch of Sadeas troops coming and it's gonna be bad.
Um, yeah, we see. So Dalinar starts to see um more Spren with different uh surges. I was about to say urges.
Urges.
Surges. So apparently there's two that are like the equivalent of edge dancers. And
Mhm.
he describes them as they slid along the stone street with no apparent effort, as if the ground were greased. So,
Yeah, and there's a theme with this where they're like better than humans at the surges. They seem
and
to
I
be
think that's
more.
just because how old they are.
Yeah, that or like I kind of saw it as like they're like more natural in their like use where humans like bond the sprint. They can kind of just like since it's in their gym heart, it's like more attuned to their bodies. That's why it's more natural to them. But it could just be their old.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because they're more natural. Simply because the epigraphs, it's stated that the humans brought the surges, and that it says they came from another world using powers that we have been forbidden to touch. So like originally the Parshendi, even if they knew about the surges and Spren, they weren't using them until after the humans came.
Yeah,
So if anything, like if that it'd be more natural for humans. I just think it's because the fused have, you know, been just like Harold would be better at the surges. Um, Seth is better at the surges than any of the other um, radiants we have right now because he trained with all of the honor blades. We
Yeah,
got confirmation of that in this section
we
too.
did. We did.
Which I was like, last section, I was like,
We also got confirmation on a theory that I had that when we get to it,
oh,
it's about Vinley.
oh.
But yeah, um, very cool stuff. Yeah, what your makes sense. I always kind of forget that the fuse are like thousands of years old. Um, I guess we haven't really seen like Vinley be ridiculous just out of the gate with a surge or whatever. But yeah, now we go.
Yeah. I think what you're saying is if she had been ridiculous, then it would make more sense. But because she hasn't been taken over by a fused.
Yeah, yeah. Which I don't even think she has a surge.
Uh,
She will
not
now
that
that
we've, yeah, not that we've seen, but
she will now that she is a Knight's Radiant, but not right now.
I think
So
she's going to be a bondsmith.
she's whatever a light sprinter give you.
Light Sprin? Okay.
Because okay, I can do this now. She talks to the light sprin, and she's like, "Oh, your grandfather was killed in the recreants. That's very sad." And the Aiko has his dad locked up in his boat. So and so that's her dad and the grandfather. I'm like a 99% sure.
Okay. Well, those
Oh,
are honor sprint, right?
no,
No,
those are light
Echo is not
sprin.
an honor sprint.
They're light sprin.
They are light sprint. Okay.
Which means she could maybe be a truth watcher because that looked like reflections on a glass. So I don't know,
Okay.
but she's something. Um, but yeah, when we get to that, I'll point it out more
Okay.
succinctly. All right. So yeah,
Yasna?
Yasna. She's gonna murder Renarin, and uh, she's like, it's a sprint of odium. It's very a little short thing, and he's like, "No, Dalinar's gonna something's happening to Dalinar," and she's like, "I'm gonna kill him," and that's that. It's gonna get more interesting in a little bit with Yasna. Then we switch to Shalom. She's using her illusions to like form squads again. That's kind of like her move. Um, so so basically, Adolin, Pattern, Syl, and the Deadeye can hide among them and move. Uh, 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 you know, Kaladin's like distracting the other fused. um, she gets to the Oath Gate, and the fuse come down and try to murk them. That's kind of the end of that chapter.
Yeah, it's funny, like Shalon's like, I don't know what to do. Uh I'll just say hi. And they just look down at her like, hello.
Hello.
Um, they kind of remind me of there's two characters in the labyrinth in the movie where they're like black and white and they're just guarding there. And then the illusions that she weaves and attaches to Adolin. I don't know if you've ever seen like there's a video where somebody has two poles and they're holding the poles and they're standing in the middle and then they have like um clothes or puppets or something attached to the poles and there's like four of them, two on each side of them, so that it looks like there's five people. They're all dancing the same way, but it's
Yeah.
just the person in the middle just moving the poles, and so it looks like there's five people dancing. Uh, Kind of reminded me of that. She's just attaching these illusions that go with Adolin.
Yeah, she. I mean, if you've ever played D&D, it's the mirror image spell, obviously. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's kind of her thing. She does a lot this section.
She gets
Um,
really good at it.
yeah, she gets insanely good at it. So then we switch to Vinley. Um, so She once she was crowded by spirits of the dead, but they're all gone because they're inside the Amram's people. And she sees a black figure of swirling smoke, size of a normal person. I wonder who that could be. Um, it's near Odium. Then we get some more Thunderclast. Uh, they're carrying the uh the King's Drop. With the fuse come down. You're carrying the cube drop, and so Odium's like, this is precaution. It could go bad, and it will go bad because we get it back. And then she is gonna go to the wall to talk to the people because she needs to you know speak for Odium.
All right, so obviously the Bane of Roshar is like another name of that Spren, the black figure swirling smoke. I'm trying to pick up I'm trying to remember the name of the one because it's obviously the one where they shove it's the one he uses in Amaram.
Yeah,
He shoves
that's
a
like Yig Noir. It's like
Yelignar. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yes. I should have remembered that. Yelignar. Yeah. Um named Blightwind.
Yeah.
So swallowing a gemstone to engage this process. That is cool. And we'll get to that fight later on.
Yeah.
Um
So yeah, I guess the queen's dead.
yes, I would assume so. I mean,
Yeah.
we fight when Scar and Drahe show up and they've got little Gav. I think that's kind of confirmation of that.
Yeah, and I don't think she could survive the process of getting the gemstone ripped out of her. Um,
Right. And it said that there was nothing left of her. Like
yeah.
literally like her chest cavity. From what I get, whenever they swallow it and it starts to consume, it opens up that chest cavity and you just see that gem heart
Yeah.
sitting there. So
Good old body horror. Yeah. Craziness, shit be bad. Then we go to Kaladin. He's flying around. He's distracting four of the six fused. Uh, so this is where he's like, you get little differences of the powers. His are more powerful, but they're more graceful. Um, and they're fighting with he's fighting against the lance. He's like, ooh, those are really useful. I think you already thought about that in one of the previous fights, but he's fighting. He's fighting me like does a really cool thing where like he like lashes the harpoon and like it like stabs into the fuse, and he
I
like
thought I thought so my I didn't go back and reread it, but if you have it open, I pictured it like them holding out like this, like if their arms are straight out, I imagine it coming down and hitting both of their arms down, causing them to drop their lance, which he retrieved at that point.
let's see. As Fuse rammed the lance upward again, Kaladin reached out with both hands on the harpoon's haft, holding it sideways. He let the enemy spear pass into the open, so it goes through his arms, chest, and harpoon. So it's like he lashed his own weapon down. Yeah, so like it's like throwing up, and he's like this, and it goes through his arms, and then he lashes his lance downward like that to like basically knock the lance out of his hands, which is cool. Um, and then he like catches it, the lance.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah. Can't dove, canceling all of his lashings and biting himself downward again, and then he almost like blacks himself out with the G forces of that, but he's able to do it. Yeah, it's cool. Um, yeah, and he grabs a lance and he's fighting.
he's got a better weapon.
Yep, he needs to go in his inventory and equip it, which he does. Then we get Gox. So uh, basically, the Aesir, we probably covered this last part, but they kind of like left because they couldn't trust the Alethi and the Dalinar anymore and things like that. So Gox is like thinking like, man, maybe we should go back and fight. Because like Lift thinks the city needs to be saved and things like that, and they're like, well, Lift is gone. And I'm like, oh shit. And yep. And then they're gonna
Yeah.
yeah. And then they also see that Amram's troops have like uh turned and they're fighting the city. So like, they Alethi betrayed us. We need to like leave, basically.
Yeah, so I got the feeling that like the viziers, like I say, so Vono was supposed to like keep Lift distracted so she didn't come in um to help Gox, like because they know that she and Gox are kind of friends, and he basically, if she says something, he'll be like, yeah, make that happen. So I got the feeling that the viziers were like, we don't want her to come in and tell him otherwise because we want to just leave. Um,
Yeah, they kind of put themselves in a bad position because they elected this guy who like technically has all the power, but they want him to be a puppet, and he's starting to like rebel against them a bit. So yeah,
yeah, and he's telling him, was like, he's it was either in this section or before, but he's told them, it's like, I don't have any powers that y'all think I do. Like Lift is the one that has the powers. Like,
yeah,
but they
that's
were about to like Gox was really um is about to win the argument to go back. And then that's when they notice that the Alethi troops have turned. And at that point, it's like affirming that the
yeah,
Alethi were just working with the enemy the whole time.
yeah,
So
and
it looks really bad.
they're not close enough to see that they all have like crazy red eyes and are possessed by an evil god. Um, I guess we don't quite know right now that Lift is gone, but
No, we do.
we do. Okay.
Yeah, like Vono comes in and um
Oh yeah, yeah.
he's like, "Hey, I was supposed to keep her, but she got away."
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Yep. So I wonder where she could be.
Yeah,
Um.
she had just said it was wrong to abandon Dalinar.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Then we switch back to Shalon. She's trying to talk to the Oathgate to make it work. It's not working. She's getting stonewalled. They're like, no, we are locked by the word of the parent. The parent is dead now, so it's honor. But he might be coming back. Um, yeah. So she's basically trying to talk with them, and then you know, they're getting attacked.
I like this is where Adolin was acting
Oh
like
yeah, he's
just
like, mm,
randomly
yeah,
jabbing to make it look like he's an illusion as well.
yeah,
Until they're like, you know what? Let me cut my hand and spray blood. Wherever the blood stays, that's not an illusion. I'm like, oh, okay.
yeah. Doesn't quite happen, but basically, yeah. Yeah, it's all fun. Uh,
Yeah, that happens in the next chapter.
yeah, that's all good. Everything happens in crazy.
Everything runs together. Like
Yes, it
it's
does.
literally like two rounds in D&D terms later.
Yeah, it really reminds me of like Return of the Jedi or something, where it's just like four separate battles happen at once and it's all crazy. Then we get good old Seth, uh, him and Nail. Um, why is he okay? Why is Nin just another name or is like a title? They call
Yes. Yeah, so Nin being a palindrome is a more reverent name for a herald. And I think it also depends on where they have so many different names, but It depends on where you're from. I think the Shen refer to him as Nin.
Okay, that makes sense. I got it. I just didn't realize if it was like codified. So they're like just chilling in the sky, and watching the battle, and you know, um, they're like trying to do some philosophizing about like who should they serve basically. And you know, uh, Nin basically is gonna serve Odium and the Parshmen because they're the rightful owners of the land, and he cares about uh the law and stuff. I wonder what made this desolation make him do that instead of the other 15 or whatever he's been doing. Um, but we shall see, maybe. And then he is going to have a choice, but he doesn't make that choice yet.
Yeah, so it's interesting that Nail is not omniscient. But flying overhead, I don't think Nail realizes that the thrill has taken over the Alethi troops because he's like, hey, look, they're turning on Thaylen City. They've realized they were wrong. Like the Alethi realized they were wrong and have joined Odium. But they were totally corrupted and uh,
Yeah,
what's God? What's the S word?
Esper. Is it a lore term or is it an actual word?
No, it's not S, it's possessed.
Oh, yes.
It's not
Definitely
an
not
S
S.
word.
Yeah.
It's a P word. Um, but I like that Nightblood is the one that's kind of arguing like with Seth, be like, hey, look, you have a choice. Like you have a choice.
Yeah.
Um, so it's interesting that Nightblood is one that kind of helped Seth make his choice eventually.
Yeah. I do like this rightful who has a right to land. Humans are always claiming things, but nobody asks the things now, do they? Well, nobody owns me. Vena told me I'm my own sword. Really, I have no choice. Really? Didn't you tell me you spent 1,000 years following the instructions of a rock? He's getting a
So
little, his time sense is a little off, but
Seth is not 1,000 years old, is he?
no, no, he says more than 7 years, sword Nimi. And I didn't follow the rock, but the words of the ones who held it. I had no choice. But maybe he did have a choice all along, Seth.
Yeah. I like that he calls him Sword Nimi.
Yeah,
Is Nimi like a Japanese thing?
nah. I mean, it's got the same like syllable structure, but as far as I know, it's not a like actual
Okay.
word. But yeah, and I'm guessing. Yeah, we need more of the shit and stuff. Get more of their like little language stuff, which would be cool. Um, we get Kaladin. Um, now he's like flying about. He's got his lance now. Um, so he's like trying to buy Shalom more time, and he gets his harpoon back from one of the fuse, and they're like fighting. Um, and then his stormlight runs out, and then you're like, "Oh no! How dare
No.
you! No!" He's like shit, and falls into the ocean. But yeah, that's what happens there. It's cool.
And we
He
switched.
he it's really funny though. He's like, "All right, I accept your challenge. I'm gonna mess you up." Oh wait, I ran out of stormlight.
It's like if you you know you have a gun, you're like, all right, I accept your duel. Fuck.
No.
I'm out
Yeah,
of bullets.
yeah, and then last POV of this chapter we get Navani. She's with Finn, and they're like you know getting clearing some debris from the Thunderclass attacks. They're like looking out. they're you know, she sees the Thunderclad, the two Thunderclass. She sees the Thrill personified. She sees all of Amram stuff. She's like, this is gonna be real bad. And then she sees Dalinar making his way to the front of the army, and he just has his little book. He's like, "What's up?" And they're like, "I got my book. That's all I need."
Yeah, I remember this battle happening from the first time I read it, but like reading it this time, I was like, holy shit, so much happened. But like my memory of the battle before rereading it was like, oh, it happened. And I remember back then, like it being such a blur that I was just like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah,
And obviously reading it again, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's why it's a blur. Because
because
it's
just shit happens. And
like
I will say this, when I was like, yeah, I remember stuff from the book. Like, all I really remembered is like there was a fight at Thalen City and Lift is there. That's like really all I remember. I remember being I was like there was a crazy battle at the end of this book and Lift's there. That's about it.
it's funny is what I remembered is there was a crazy battle and there was Dalinar and Thunderclasts.
Mm.
Like that's what I remembered. Um, but yeah. But yeah, with this chapter, it starts to really like bear down like that the hopelessness. Um, Yet like our heroes just kind of continue to move forward and not give up. And they're like, well, I'm not just gonna give up. Um, Teft is trying to give up. Be like, I'm not worthy of this. I hate myself. Like,
Yeah.
I don't deserve these powers. I don't deserve to be gloriful. Um, so
But he will be.
yeah.
All right, we can move on to chapter 117. Champion with Nine Shadows. Once again, throughout most of the rest of the section, we get a billion point of views. We get Dalinar, Adolin, Shallan, Lift, Seth, Kaladin, Navani, Ash, and Renarin. Yes, we start off with Dalinar. Um, Dalinar, picks up right where Navani saw him. He's stepping out the rubble, going towards the army. He sees Amram's army enter the city, and he looks over and sees Lift. Um, and she's like, what are we gonna do? And like he's like, you got a weapon? And she's like, no, I can't read. He's like, no, yeah, like a weapon. She like turns.
She's
She has
like, a book? No, I don't have a book. I can't
yeah,
read.
and she has a little pole. She's like, Wendell doesn't like hurting people. However, he goes, what kind of world did he live in where swords didn't like hurting people? Then he basically is like, all right, we need you to get the King's Drop back. And that the fuse that took it have your powers, so you need to go do it. And that's what. Then then she kind of takes off, and then Odium and Vinley come, and he's like, yeah, he's like, let's do this. He's like, my friend, we're here. Time has arrived. Let's do it.
Yeah, so here he says, tell Yusha I want her to stay out here and guard the prison. Kai Garnus did well destroying the wall. Tell her to return to the city and climb toward the Oath Gate. I'm assuming those are the two names of the two
Thunderclass.
fuse for the Thunderclasts.
Yeah.
Now, he says if the Tizarch can't secure it, she is to destroy the device and recover its gemstones. We can rebuild it as long as the Spren aren't compromised. What? Oh, okay, so that's recover the gemstones of the Oath Gate.
Yeah.
And
I think the Cizarch are like the Persian words for Thunderclass.
okay.
That's what I got from it. It could be something different, but since it's like the Tizarch, I thought they were like it's
Yeah,
like their name for it.
I thought it was another like because there was they described different shapes. There were sorry, different sizes of sprints that got put into things, and I thought it was a one of the other sprint that wasn't a thunder class, something that we didn't know about it. But maybe a Tizarch is a thunder class.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be that. I kind of
I like that name.
yeah, I think it is because it's like I don't know. I mean, I guess they could have used their names. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes it's just weird when something like that happens. Like,
Yeah,
what is this? I don't know if you've ever seen.
because the Thunderclass would be able to destroy the device.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I got it through context clues, but it's a little weird.
Yeah, it is a little weird. It reminds me of there's this meme where like um the comedian that's with is in a lot of movies with The Rock,
So, um,
short guy.
yeah. Oh my God, what's that guy's name? Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart.
Yeah, Kevin Hart. He's like the thing is says whenever a friend whenever you convince a friend to start reading The Way of Kings, and it's like Kevin Hart going, "Look, can you just set the shit up so I know what's happening here? Like, give me some, give me some information. Stop talking like I've been here already."
Yeah, I wish you should have done it where Vinley, when she's like, I saw the Thunderclass, it would be I saw the Tizarch's rise or something, like that. And you'd be like, oh, it's a Thunderclass, and yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
that would make more sense.
yeah. If that's what I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but I don't know. But yeah, it's strange. Let me get
So, is the word thunderclass capitalized?
um,
Because if it is, then it would make sense that Tizarch is a thunderclass because otherwise, I thought Tizarch was a name of something.
yeah. It's not capitalized.
It's not.
Then we got to watch the Thunderclass Awaken. So maybe something different. I don't know.
Huh, maybe we'll find out.
Yeah, maybe we'll find out.
Adolin.
Phelan. Whatever it is, it's not an unmade because we don't see another one. So I don't know. We'll see. Adolin, this is him and Pattern are doing the fake fighting, using the illusions. Then the thing that you said earlier, that the fuse like cuts its hand, sprays the blood, and it's like, oh, the blood drops on that. So they start fighting. Um, very cool. Uh, you know, Adolin's really good, but they can like fly, so he's kind of sucks right now. Um, he he does this cool like maneuver that Zyle taught him, like a spear versus knife fighting. But unfortunately, the fuse can fly, so like it dodges his attack, and then he gets stabbed and real nasty. But then Aelin's sword comes through and starts messing up the fuse. Very cool.
And it doesn't seem to be phased by being stabbed either, but
Yeah.
it screeches.
Yep.
So
Yep. So that's just a thing where I don't know if I subconsciously remembered it when I was telling earlier about my theory that Adolin was gonna like reawaken his sword, but it starts the process of reawakening his sword, and it's super cool. Um, yeah, Adolin's really
hopefully they'll
hurt.
fully reawaken it. I mean, it's somewhere in the middle of limbo.
I mean, it's able to talk to him, so it's
Has
like
it talked yet?
not right now. It will in this book.
Okay.
It tells him his name and stuff. and like watch out. Yeah, it talks to him.
Okay.
It might
I
have
couldn't
changed.
remember if it actually talked or if somebody else. I know I know we know its name.
Yeah, when we get there, we can do it. But it might have changed from like whatever sprint it was to like a sprint of a sword, which would be cool and interesting. But yeah, I don't really know too much. But yeah, he gets saved by his sword. Very cool. All those pregame rituals really paid off.
Yeah.
So anybody doing sports that also listens to a 3-hour book podcast, do your pregame rituals. Maybe baseball will come alive and save you one day, or your gi. You might get saved by your gi, Brandon.
Yeah. Yeah.
So always,
Instead of being
always,
choked by it.
yeah,
I hate it when people choke me with my own gi.
yeah. So always talk to your gi before a fight and eat chicken. Swords and inanimate objects like chicken before fights.
Yes.
Um, yeah. So then we switch over to Shallan, um, where the Oath Gate's still refusing to get open. She's trying everything. She's even like doing disguises and things like that, and she just can't really figure it out. And let's see what else happens. Uh,
She gets attacked.
yeah, she gets attacked. Yes, and then Aelin comes in there, and then they have to they are going to go save Kaladin because they see him fall into the river.
Yeah, I like that she used like she started light weaving walls to block the fused as they came down. And like later on, like makes a cube around some of them.
Yeah.
Um, and then yeah.
She's actually able to soul cast. That's right. Kind of.
Oh, is that she's soul casting the walls?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the knife.
Yeah. She's able to.
So she
It's
soul casts. Okay, so she soul casts a wall, but her pocket. She does it through her pocket, so she's connected to the wall.
Yeah.
And she soul casts the knife into her hand and then cuts her pocket away from the wall. If I read that correctly,
Yeah.
it was confusing but interesting.
Yeah. She screamed as stormlight flowed through her, raging in her veins, reaching forward to something in her pocket because she'd taken a bunch of beads from when she was practicing with the honor sprint. So I think it's called manifesting on the Shazemar side. So then she manifests a wall, and then smashes it. She looked down and found that her pocket she was still wearing Vale's white trousers was connected to the strange wall. Um,
And so she like manifested it while it was
yeah,
in her pocket.
yeah, because she was holding it. Yeah, pretty really cool. Yeah, Aelin's in real bad shape. But yeah, they're gonna go jump in and get Kaladin because he's gonna drown
Yep.
because he has no stormlight. And then we go to Lift. She's being awesome. And she's like slipping and sliding, trying to get the guy that has the ruby. And then they're trying to get her, but it's even more awesome than her. And she's like, God damn it.
Yeah, it's interesting. She has Wendell chase after the fused, and then
Because
she follows Wendell.
it's fat. Wendell can be faster than her. Makes sense because it's just a spirit can fly around. Yeah, it's good. Then we go to Seth. They're watching the battle still. They're trying to Nail says the Skybreakers will swear to the Dawn Singers and their law, and will you join us? So Dawn Singers, I guess, are maybe the original names of the Parshendi when they first were at Roshar or whatever. And he basically Seth is gonna he doesn't trust himself because he always makes the wrong choice. but he's gonna find somebody he can believe in, and that person is Dalinar. And
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny. He asks, he's like, "Hey, can I swear the third ideal to a person?" And then he looks at Dalinar and he's like, "Okay, yeah, this is coming."
yep. Then we go to Kaladin, which is funny that he does this before Dalinar is able to like break free of Odium. But yeah. So then we get Kaladin, and he is in the Sea of Beads. He's trying to not drown, and then Syl gets to grab him and pull him up at the bank. Let's see, Adwin and Shallan are there, and then he Kaladin, Adwin's real messed up. Kaladin's trying to heal him, and Adwin does the whole like, leave me to die, go on without me. Um, so then
Did you
they're all
mention Syl is urging Kaladin to say more words as well?
yeah, yeah. No, I have not, but then she's doing that. He needs to do the fourth ideal. Um, then yes, they're all out of Stormlight basically. It's real bad. Something major is gonna happen.
Yeah.
So then we switch to Dalinar. Odium's like talking with Dalinar. Um, he's he's like he's gonna offer Dalinar a contest. Your freedom if you win, our lives if humans win. Do you offer that content oath or whatever? And he's like, do I want to do that? Um,
They were cut away.
they cut away. Yeah. Uh, uh, to lift. She's still following her dude, slipping around, trying to you know, get the ruby back. She there's the thunderclass is going. She smashing down on stuff. It's real crazy. She gets basically killed, but she's able to heal because she's awesome. Um, and then basically she Seth like murks the thunderclass in one hit. Um, and it's real cool. Uh,
And
they're
says, "Our master has given us a task and we shall see it completed." So he's made
yeah.
his choice.
A spear of light hit the creature in the head and cut straight through. So that's
I was pretty sure Nightblood, he killed him with
yeah,
Nightblood.
that's what I thought. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yep, uh,
Silence.
really cool. Yeah, him just one shining the thunderclass was pretty ridiculous. Nightblood is very scary. Uh, then we get Navani. She's gonna go to Dalinar. She's got all of her cool gadgets. And basically, she gets captured by Amram's stuff, Amram's people,
Along with Finn.
along with Queen Finn and like I think her husband and a couple other people. Uh, then we get to Ash. And then I'm almost positive she's the lady in that weird interlude in book one that was scratching out the faces of people.
Maybe.
Pretty sure.
Well, we'd have to go. I would need to go back because I feel that she's only scratching and destroying depictions of herself.
Yeah,
And later on, she's like begging people, why like, don't worship us, basically. We're
yeah,
nothing. Like, we're shit.
yeah. But I'm pretty sure. I kind of went back and looked at the description. Kind of seems likely. Um, so yeah, she's going. She's basically going through the camp. She's looking for Talonel, who's in the thing because of Amaram. So he's just been chilling in Thalen City, which is funny.
So, also, are we in agreement that Ash is totally Mem or whatever from the the Watching Girl?
Yes, because she even says like, yeah, that man Marae's told her had better be true. So I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. So she met with Mraize, and he told her where Talanat was.
Yeah. Um, and then yeah, Iridium has learned to possess men, so that's a new development as well. Um, yeah,
So, okay, at the end of last book, right, Amaram goes to get Talanat, and
mhm.
Ayatel tries to
Kill Amber.
kill Amaram, but Talanat
Yeah,
fucks the things
yeah.
out. What happens to Ayatel at that point?
She just leaves.
She runs off,
Yeah,
and so then Amaram takes Talanat.
yeah. So he's had talent the entire time. So somehow he got him to Thalen City when all the soldiers went there. So that means Talonat was probably in Erythrea at some point. Just
Right. And
being
so
hit, being hidden.
Mraize probably knows just from the Ghost Blood spy network.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I would guess.
And we still haven't seen Ayatel since then.
No, but we do know that she's alive because like the Marae's talks about her in that hymn there. She's like my bass wanted to do something or whatever.
Right.
Um, yeah, I could go find the whatever. Yes, yeah, interesting stuff. We get some more heralds. Let me get Renarin. Uh, he's 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 yeah. We get the name of his friend Gliss. Um, had once been a different type of Spren, but something that changed him, corrupted him. So obviously the Shahnat that we've
Yeah, I
seen.
think it's Sean I did that.
Yeah, yeah. Then he's seen all the visions. He's getting all the prescience. He's becoming Muad'Dib. And he's sees that Yaselin's gonna kill him, and he's like, all right. He's also sees that Dalinar is gonna become evil and all that stuff. And he's like, all right. I mean, I've seen it, so it's gonna happen. So I'm just gonna give up and die. Very sad for Renard.
Yeah. So I didn't mention I was gonna mention it last chapter when Yasna, like Ivory was talking to Yasna, and just I was trying to understand how Ivory speaks, because we know a lot of the Spren, they speak strangely, like, patterns like yes, lies, when he's talking about, disguises and um sneaking around and spying and stuff. Um but Ivory was like, he mentioned to Yasna, as like, when looking at Renar, is like, this should not be able, like, this shouldn't be, but it is. Um so like, the fact that he's bonded to whatever this is and has these powers, it's interesting to hear the Spren talk about certain situations. So, but I also love. I think at this point is where we Renarin is seeing. We learn that he sees the future through like a series of stained glass windows, which is
Yeah.
really fucking awesome. Like, to think about and envision, would work really well in an anime.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So. This definitely needs to be an anime. Chris is in with us on this. So, Chris, as you're listening to this, yes,
Yeah.
we are spending this entire morning with you, Chris. We're talking with you. So you should totally feel like you've hung out with us for 3.5 hours.
Yep. Yeah, that's what, if like God, if only we get like arcane quality animation for this shit, it'd be so good. Just give everybody billions of dollars and we can have this one day.
Yeah, there we go.
But yeah, and then we lastly we switch to Dalinar and he's like, I want the the contest of champions. I accept. And he's like, Wahaha, you fell into my trap card. Because guess what? You're my champion, Dalinar. What's up? And the thrill gets into him. And he's like, this is going to hurt. And, yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. So it's not, you know, later on we see Amaram,
Yep.
but
A man who
Amaram's
has
his
served.
backup.
Yeah, a man who has served me all his life, a man I trust. I believe I warned you that I knew you'd make the right decision. Now we are here. Oh, yeah, so things are bad. Dalinar becomes a big bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, there's a quote that Lift said, which was really funny in this chapter. She says, "I've always wondered, do you suppose they got those marble colorings on all their parts?" Dalinar was like, "What?"
Yeah.
Because I think she said it to Dalinar. He's like, "What the hell are you talking about? Why are you thinking about this?"
As she's lived. Uh, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, so things are bad, and we move right along into chapter 118, the weight of it all. Uh, Once again, a billion point of views. We get Dalinar, Seth, Yasna, Ash, Kaladin, Lift, Navani, Teft, Renarin, and Vinley. So we get everybody. Um, so we start off with Dalinar. Dalinar is getting, the thrill into him. Talking with Odium. And he hears like Evie crying and all like the crazy all the stuff he's done. He's like, I was with you then, like showing all the stuff and how Dalinar is his champion. Um, yes, and then he's like basically getting bombarded with all the past transgressions. It's very bad, very bad.
It's interesting that Odium's his battle is, hey, blame me for every bad thing you've done. Blame me for it. And once you blame me for it, then I have control over you.
Yep, and I can take away your pain. Well,
Yes. I can take away the pain because I'm the one responsible for everything that you've done. You didn't do it.
yeah.
I did, which is interesting, like philosophical and like self-ownership slash self-growth
Mhm.
uh debate there. So he's like, give it to me and I will free you of guilt.
Yes, yes. Let me go to Seth. He is just murking people with Nightblood. He we get he's sworn to Dalinar and he's gonna like uh get it, but he was also like, all right, he remembers that he needs to get the gemstone, so like him and we have to kind of go try to get it, and he's like fighting Fuse and stuff. He's like flying in the air, fighting people. Um, and yeah, it's they're just trying to get the gemstone. That's kind of what him and Lift do for a while, but they can go over.
Yeah, and the black veins are starting to
Yeah.
grow up his entire arm and throughout his body as he's running out of stormlight to feed to Nightblood. So Nightblood will start feasting on Seth himself.
Yep. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Rah. It's going all crazy. Yasna, we get to Yasna. She is creeping up on
Renarin.
Narnarin. That's kind of it. Then we get Ash.
And Ivory
Um,
Ivory was pointing out that Renarin is seeing the future, like he's actively seeing the future right now.
yes, that's the Odium's power. Yeah. Then we get Ash, and she's trying to get Tano, and nothing. He's still repeating his same like little mantra thing.
He's like a voicemail message, basically.
Basically, yeah. Um, Kaladin is in Shadesmar. He is trying to say the words of the fourth ideal. We don't know what it is. Um, he's starting to do it. He's thinking of
Such
all
a tease.
his friends that have been lost. Yeah, it's some sort of thing that's gonna really suck for him because he doesn't do it. Um, and then we get to Lift, and they're like going away. They're trying to find the thing. She's getting away from Seth, but he's like lost the sheath because it's been stolen by somebody. I forget who, but
It was one of
uh,
the Voidbringers took the sheath and was using it to actually block the Nightblood attacks.
yeah. Um, Seth can't drop the sword; it's gonna consume him. Uh, they're gonna go find Dalinar, so he's not gonna die, basically. We get Navani. Navani is captured. They're gonna like execute all the other people besides Queen Finn and her, but she uses like her like pain fabrial to like zap him, and he like gets zapped.
That's really cool. Like she flips the switch and then describes like delivering 1,000 needles
Yeah,
to their captor.
yeah. And she basically you know, they basically escape their captors, and she sees Dalinar, and then we go to Dalinar, and he's like,
And nobody really like they can sense that something is close to Dalinar, but they don't see like the red mist in the
yeah,
same way that Dalinar does.
yeah,
Or the
Dalinar,
Parshendi for that matter.
yeah, Dalinar's like, getting tortured with all of his memories again. He's like, freaking out. He's like, clutching the Way of Kings and like doing all that. Odium blows up the Way of Kings, which is, I mean, we can't read the first book anymore because it's just got destroyed. So
Yeah,
there's that.
lightning just burned it.
Burned it. Um, yeah. So he's still trying to like uh zap Dalinar into being his champion. So that's
If y'all
happening.
haven't read The Way of Kings, one, why are you listening to this podcast? And two, you can't anymore.
You can't. Sorry, that was the last copy. Got blowed up. You can't read how I don't know, whatever. The king walked to Eritrea.
No, it not.
Noadon. There's too many names in these books. We switch over to Teft. He's hiding away. That's that. Then we go to Kaladin. There's little things. He's trying to say the words. He hasn't said them yet.
And he thinks of like specifically thinks of Dalit and Tien at that moment. So
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying.
I wonder if the fourth ideal really has to do with the living, protecting those that are living and like forgetting or forgiving those that are dead.
I can see that.
Like forgiving himself for those that have died that he couldn't protect.
I could see that because like that's been the theme of this book for Kaladin.
Yeah.
Um, so then we go back to Dalinar. He's still getting like
And sorry, and that's what Tara was telling him, right? One day
yeah,
you'll
need to do the living instead of the dead or whatever.
yeah, you'll fight for the living instead of the dead.
Yeah. So I could see that. Um, because yeah, or like yeah, I will continue if those I protect still fall or something like that. Um, yeah, then we get
Dalinar.
Dalinar still like getting zapped with bad memories and stuff, And still like, I am here. Odium's tempting him to like join the dark side, basically. Let it all go. Give me your pain, that sort of stuff.
Dalinar here, he rips his own fingernails. Like, and he's like realizing he's the same as Amaram. Like he's like, I'm a monster, I'm a child killer, etc., etc. Um, yeah, and Odium is like batting away all the glory sprint that are making their way here. So
Yeah. Um, so we get to Seth. He's collapsing to and he's dying from the night blood, and then Lift is like zapping him with regrowth juice, but she's also dying. Um, cool stuff. We don't want them to die. Renarn's Now we go to Renarin. He's like, oh no, my father's gonna turn evil. That's kind of that. There's so many little tiny chapters that are
yeah,
little things. It's funny to go
yeah.
over.
And at this point, like not only does Renarin know, he's like I know my father's gonna die, but he knows basically he knows Yasna is about to kill him because he's seeing himself die.
Yeah,
He's like, I'd rather see myself die than see my father become Odium's champion. So he's like, he didn't really want to die, but he's like welcoming it at this
yeah,
point.
yeah. Father in black armor, a plague upon the land. So yeah, Dalinar gonna be a real bad guy. Uh, and then we go to Vinley. So she's on the plane watching Dalinar getting tortured. She still has Timber, um, pulsing to peace, which is fun. Uh, Timber always pulses to all the different like lost rhythms, which is
The
really
old
the
the
old ones.
old rhythms, not the
Not
new
the
ones of power.
Yeah. And then basically, you know, like the screaming stopped and stuff, and Odium thinks that he's won. Um, it is done. You have a leader. Um, and yes, so they're gonna he gives Amaram the Yelignar little gem that he's gonna swallow it. Um, yeah, he's gonna get the promised power.
Amaram brought Nightblood Sheath to Odium, so like
Yeah,
apparently he knew about this. Or the Voidbringers knew about the sheath and the power of it, which
apparently,
is
yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
So, like, how long has Nightblood been on this planet, and what do the gods and people know about it?
And I mean, it seems like that Zyle has been there for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he's been here a couple of times, so
Sure. Yeah. And we don't know how long Azure's been here. So yeah, we don't know if Odium's been to Warbreaker planet.
yeah. Well, we know he's been to other planets because he went and killed some other shards as well.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so lots of people going around everywhere. We do find out that Odium was speaking with Amaram this entire time as well.
Yep.
Um, so yeah,
Abraham was just a bad dude. And then we get to Kaladin. He he can't say the words. He doesn't just want to get cool. Shard plate for some reason. Um, yeah, I can't lose him, but Almighty, I can't save him. So he's being all sad boy Kaladin. One day we'll learn what the fourth ideal is. Then we get to Yasna. She raises her shard blade. She's gonna murk Renarin. Um, Renarin looks at her and nods. He's like, "Yeah, it's the right thing to do." And then she embraces him, and you know, um, she doesn't kill him. And then he's like, he sees Renard's like, I see these visions, but wait, you just broke my visions, so they don't always come true. Maybe my father won't become evil.
Yeah, I like this, like whenever Renarin turns and looks at Yasna and he's crying and it breaks her down, and we get this sense that they they connected as children over being like outcasts.
Yeah,
They were both different when they were growing up. So it's been a while since they had embraced each other, but it brings them together again. So I like it.
yeah. What do you think so um so she's starting to attack him, and then she froze as if standing at the edge of a cliff. Wind blew through the temple, carrying with it a pair of sprint in the form of golden spheres, bobbing in the current. So those
Those are
glory
glory
sprint.
sprint.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, because like at this time we've seen it like everybody, basically everybody's point of view. They've seen glory sprint going past them towards Dalinar. And
Yeah.
like they're coming towards Dalinar. Odium is like batting him away. Like, no, get away from him, he's mine. Um, so it's like just this sense of basically a Dragon Ball Z power up that's going on. Like
Yeah.
Dalinar's doing
I
it, Kaladin's doing it.
I don't I'm not gonna lie, I don't really understand what happens next, how it happens, but it's fine, it's cool. But it doesn't really make any sense.
Okay. Well, let's continue. We got
But
Dalinar next,
we
the
have
last.
Dalinar. He's like, you know, been zapped from all the bad odium juice. And he's like, he's like, oh, everything hurts and stuff. So he's like, you know, what is the most important step? It's not the first step, it's the next step. And he's like, you could not have my baby. And it's really cool.
Did you watch the video I sent you? The animation?
Yeah, the music was too loud in it,
Oh,
but it was good.
yeah. I liked it.
Yeah, it was cool.
Music was too loud, but I liked it.
Yeah, it would have been way better if the music wasn't so fucking loud. The animation was good.
You cannot have my pain.
Yes. Which
All right.
is the next thing that happens. We get Unity, chapter
Unity.
119. So many chapters in this book. We get slightly less POVs. We get Dalinar, Renar, and Kaladin, Ash, Tef, Navani, and Lift. So still a shit ton. Not quite as much. So we get Dalinar, rejecting Odium's offer as champion. He's like, you cannot have my pain. Um, and then he basically takes responsibility for all of his actions about, burning the people of Rathless, all of his atrocities. Um, and if he didn't do it, if he pretends that he didn't do them, he can't grow. He has to accept what he's done and be better. And he wants to. He's hearing the thing of unite them again.
Yeah, I love the lines he delivers. They're just like badass. It's like if I must fall, I will rise each time a better man, which I mean, obviously if you're trying to get better at something, you're going to fail. And the only way to continue to grow is to stand back up again and
Yeah,
keep facing it. But yeah, at the end of this POV, the Dalinar starts to feel the Stormfather coming back.
yeah, yes, he does. Uh, then we got Renarn and Yasna. They're basically running towards the wall to see what's going to happen, and then basically millions of glory sprint are zapping out. And Yasna's running through them, and they're gonna go see Dalinar.
And she's also like Renarin has been like, no, I'm not a Night Radiant. This is not the right sprint, etc. And she's like, no, you are.
Yeah.
You are a Radiant.
Yep. Um, it's cool. Then we get Dalinar and he's like, unite them, like the thousands of little golden snitches are coming towards him, so be a field day for Quidditch, but fortunately, Harry Potter's not here to pick them all. So yeah, he's like, yeah, and then Sill's like, what?
Oh, well, Odium also starts to look small
Yeah,
to Dalinar, which is a nice little like nod of change of like power. Like, okay, yeah, he's not as big and like daunting
yeah,
as he was before.
and then we get to Kaladin, and Sill's like, maybe somebody's gonna save you instead of you having to save everybody all the time, Kaladin, because Kaladin's all sad that he can't, do the ideal. And then Dalinar like,
Maybe it's realizing that he cannot save everyone.
I could see that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because he one thing he keeps saying is, why couldn't I save these people? Why couldn't I save these people? Like every time I've tried to save people, they die anyway.
Yeah.
It's just like that realization that
Yeah, because the first ones are like, I will protect these people, and then like the fourth one would be like, I can't protect everybody. Yeah, it makes sense.
there's no guarantee that my protection will prevent them from dying, but that doesn't take away the fact that I did everything I could.
Yeah,
It's the journey, right? It's not the destination. The destination would be I have prevented them from being killed. The journey is I'm protecting these people to
yeah,
the best of my ability.
yeah, yeah. And then like Dalinar turns into a god and like connects realms
So
somehow. I don't know.
so we have hints of something like this before where like the so it's the description of the high storm and how it recharges the spheres where it's the high storm is like the culmination of Honor's power in all three realms at one point,
Yeah,
um, which is like a perpendicularity. And so here Dalinar grabs a hold of like the spiritual, like he reaches in and grabs both the spiritual and cognitive realms. Um, and then basically combines them all three as if it was a high storm almost. And that's what recharges all the spheres because that investiture, that spiritual power is coming in.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I also like
I mean, it's cool. It makes no sense at all. It's just kind of it's a Deus Ex Machina, but it's fine because those are fun. Um,
yeah, I mean
but reading, I'm just like, okay, sure, Dalinar, you can turn God mode, I guess. Cool.
yeah, I mean he calls himself Unity. So
Yeah,
I don't know if he's gonna become an actual shard bearer and become
yeah,
a god.
maybe. I
Like,
mean,
does he become Honor in the future?
he basically does become Honor. He can like infuse spheres himself and stuff.
Yeah, not always though.
Not always, but
But yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's really cool, but it's like people are always like Sanderson's does a lot of like hard magic. Like this is kind of like bullshit magic, but it's cool bullshit magic. I mean, it is totally anime logic. I'm just like, yeah, I like I had an inner monologue, and then I powered up with the power of friendship, and now let's go kill this god. It's really cool, but it makes no sense. You just kind of go with it. You're like, oh yeah, cool. All right.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it
Yeah.
makes for a good scene, right?
Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's just kind of ridiculous, but cool.
Yeah.
Then he's made honors perpendicularly, whatever. And then because they see it in Shadesmar, they're gonna get home through like zapping to. It's pretty cool. We get Ash now. We get Talon. He's kind of like gotten his senses returned. Um, because of like honors rebirth, basically, is what I'm guessing. Um, and then he's talking with Ash. He's like, "How long?" And she's like, "4 millennia." And then he's like, she wants him to hate him because she's feeling guilty, but he's like, that's amazing. We've kind of like broken the cycle and let them like rebuild and stuff. And then they start walking towards Downer. I really thought they were gonna do something in the fight. Didn't you?
Yeah, I did think they were gonna do something. I also think it was weird, and we haven't gotten to it yet. But whenever Dalinar was like counting, is like, all right, we have 7 orders. I thought there'd be 10, and then he goes, "Oh, there's 2 more."
Yeah, and it's
No,
them, right?
it's these people, but Ash is
That's Lightweaver,
the
yeah.
Light Weaver, so it's not another order. And Talonat is what is Talonat?
He's not the Windrunner. He's
No, Yezereza is the
yeah.
Wind Runner. Um, God, it's a
Oh,
I forget, but
could he have been talking about Renarin being a different thing than a Truth Watcher and um Vinley?
no, because he described them like it was described
Yeah,
as
it
like a
did. It did.
hulking man.
Yeah, it did seem like he was talking about the Radiants or the Heralds, but
Yeah, because the description was the heralds.
yeah,
Because he said the skin was kind of dark like a Makabaki,
yeah,
both of them.
yeah,
So it wasn't like they were together. They
yeah,
um
yeah. I remember that. I was just thinking of the other two things that it could be, but yeah, you're right. That's why I thought they were gonna do something. They do nothing. I was like, all right.
right, but also it was weird that he's like, "Oh, there's 2 more." And no, they're not 2 more Night Radiant orders. Um
Yeah,
but
maybe
yeah, so there were 7. There would have been 8 because of the Dust Bringer, but she wasn't there.
yeah,
So we're missing Will Shapers
mm,
and Stone Ward. Those are the 2 we haven't seen, right?
yeah, and maybe if I could see Vinley being a will shaper. With her like being the orator for people and stuff, and she starts shaping the will of Parshendi at the end of the book.
Okay, I can see.
Um, and we have to see if Renarn's a different order or if he's gonna be a just like a corrupted truth watcher or whatever.
I think he's going to be a Truth Watcher. I don't see there being new orders.
Be kind of cool though if like they're able to bond corrupted spread and create like these separate orders instead of having like this stagnant, thing for thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
think it couldn't be. But
yeah, I don't know. Just as far as we know, there's been no, at least no hint of like a Parshendi radiance,
right.
but that could just be lost to
I mean,
time.
Esh and I, but
She wasn't a radiant.
I think she was on her way.
True, but I meant like in the past, like in
Oh yeah,
other desolations. So it could just be, yeah, I don't know, it's craziness. Yeah, it's cool. Hopefully we get more Ash stuff. Um, maybe. But I was like, I was when I was reading this, I was especially when it comes up when Downer was like talking to them and stuff. I was like, all right, we're gonna see some like Herald shit. It's gonna be cool. They're gonna like fight, and it's like, nope, they just kind of like disappear or whatever. It's all right. Um, but yeah, let me get Taft. He he's he feels the he gasps in the darkness. So I think that he felt like the perpendicularly open because honor. And then he's talking with his spren. He's gonna say the oaths. He's hearing all the fighting, and he says the ideal. I will protect those I hate, and even if the one I hate most is myself. Very sad.
Yep. Because he remembered, like, okay, I got my parents killed, and then I got some of Bridge 4 killed because of what I did.
Yeah. Do you get that thing that I thought, or like he kind of got shocked out of his depression by the opening of the honor thing?
I don't think I thought of it until you mentioned it, and it makes sense. Like,
Just the way it's placed, and he's like he gasped in the darkness. So I don't know, but just me reading into it. Uh, yeah. Then we go to Renarin and Yasna. They're like running up. Um, this shows a thing that you're just like Yasna's like ridiculously badass, and it does pose a little bit of a thing where it's like in book two, how did anyone kill Yasna? Kill Yasna? Because she's like so powerful in this book. It's insane. Like she's like one of the most powerful people like ever.
yeah,
I don't know how like five bandits like killed her or whatever. Unless she wanted to fake her death, but she also didn't want to because we know about it. So I don't know. It's a little weird that she's so badass, but she like got killed by like a random bandit.
maybe she learned way more when she was in uh
The kind of realm.
Shadesmar.
Maybe. Yeah. It's just like it's like watching like a level 20 character in D&D get killed by like a goblin. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
It's just kind of funny. But yeah, she's like turning people into smoke, and then she's like, there's like a huge column of light where Dalinar is, where he's like made the perpendicular, whatever that word is.
Perpendicularity.
I'm just gonna mess it up every time. The bridge.
Continue to mess it up.
I will. It'll be a running thing. Um,
It'll be a running thing that I keep saying it correctly.
yes, and I will say it incorrectly. Yes, that's fun. See Renar. I like Renarin and Yasna together. I hope we get more of that pairing future books. Um, maybe he could be like her advisor now that she's queen. Um, Let me get Navani. She's still with Finn. They're like looking at the giant pillar of light, and she's like, you know, drinking, and she's like, "That's my husband." Basically, it's cool.
Her and Lift are probably like, that booty.
Probably.
Look what that booty do. It
Yeah.
fills all these gems with stormlight.
We need a. You should make the meme of that of Captain America. That's Roshar's ass.
Somebody probably has.
Probably has made it, but if not, somebody should make it.
That's Roshar's ass.
That's Roshar's ass. Um, yeah, and then we get to Dalinar, and we have Odium. Odium's like, "No, we killed you." So he's turning into Honor. I don't know if he has a shard or Honor or whatever, but he's eventually gonna become Honor. I'm guessing, but we'll see.
So I think this is so Stormfather says he accepts Dalinar's words, but he's like confused about it. So
Yeah,
he's like, this has never happened. But I feel like this is another ideal for Dalinar as a
maybe. Yeah,
bondsmith, and that's
Bonza.
why it was that power up. Because like he reached through, maybe that's the axial connections or whatever um, it is that he gained access to more access to. Um,
He didn't. Did he say an oath, or is it just unite them?
he literally said, "I am unity."
I mean, that's yeah, okay.
Um, and then that's like when he said, "I am unity," and clapped his hands, is
Yeah,
when like the perpendicularity opened.
and it is capitalized.
Yeah,
So he became a new shard
yeah.
or something. I don't know. He did some Deus Ex Machina magic. But yeah, Odium's freaking out. And he's gonna talk with Amaram because Amaram's there, and uh, yes,
Dalinar tries to convince Amaram that he can change, and that's where Amaran's like, "No, he would never forgive me." And he's like, "Who?" He's like, "This guy right here."
yep, yep,
Um,
very sad. And then he's gonna attack him, but uh, Kaladin comes and saves the day. Um, yep, and then we get the rest of them pop out of Shadesmar. Okay. Yep. Then we get Lift. Lift is trying not to get killed by Nightblood, or the Black Banes are going up. Then basically uh Dalinar empowers all the scattered gems of the horde of Phalan City to get infused with Stormlight, so she's able to Seth is able to like suck it in and keep the sword. Um, I like that Lift knows about the sword. She's like, well, maybe I was just really hungry, and Lift's like, well, Lift supposed she couldn't blame somebody for that, which is funny. Um,
yeah, and I so two things I like with this is one, Lift can hear Nightblood now, and she doesn't even have to hold like the connection is there, and Nightblood likes Lift. Um, and then the gray lines that from where the vines were stay on both um, Lift and Seth. So Seth is just racking up unique things like the afterglow. Now he's got the lines, the grayish lines on his skin.
yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah.
very cool stuff. They're both not dead, which is good. Um, uh, Let me go back to Dalinar for the final time in this chapter. He Dalinar realizes that Elgar is dead. It's very sad. Um, so and we get more of the thing of like that he's made a connection to the spiritual realm and he's able to like zap the Stormlight into stuff.
But not all the time.
But not all the time. And then Dalinar, we get Yasna. They all kind of converge. Yasna, Renarin, Shalana, all of them. Um, Renarin heals Adolin, which is nice because Adolin was messed up. Um, yes. Yeah, this is where he recognizes the two more guys. The this is where the weird thing happens. Skybreaker coming off Edge answers that was 7. He would have expected 3 more. There, Stormfront said behind your knees. 2 more people appeared, which is them. I knew them. Yeah. Um, yeah.
Yeah, it's a large, powerful man with an impressive physique and a woman with long, dark hair. Their dark skin marked them as Makabaki.
Yeah. It's definitely an Ash in the other one.
Yeah,
And
because like Stormfather's like, you are in the presence of divinities.
yeah. Those two only make 90. Counting. I think he's not counting the orders. He's counting the different, like, how many dice rating he has.
Maybe.
I mean, he's doing kind of both. Yeah, it makes it's a little weird because he's counting off the orders themselves actually.
Yeah, he was counting off the orders of Knights Radiant, but then like later on, Yasna's like 7 radiants. Uncle, that seems a tall order, even if one of us is apparently the storming assassin in white.
Yeah, it's because the heralds don't do anything. They just kind of run away or something.
Yeah, I think they were trying to get to the Oath Gate. We'll find out. Like we'll
Yeah,
verify in a few chapters where
yeah,
they were trying to go. I think.
yeah. Yeah. So then, he they get their orders basically. Shallan's gonna light wave an army. Renarin's gonna go to the Oath Gate to open it. Um,
And stop the Thunderclast.
yeah,
Yeah. Yasna's gonna hold up the hole in the wall.
yeah, she's gonna,
Cal
Kaladin's gonna be his bodyguard as
yeah.
he is gonna take on the thrill basically,
And then Lift and Seth are gonna get the ruby.
the ruby.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, at this fight we have a bondsmith, an Elt's caller, a wind runner, a light weaver, edge dancer, skybreaker, and a truth watcher.
Yep.
So
If Renarin is still a truth watcher.
he is. Yeah, very exciting chapter.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, get on to chapter 120, not 20. The spear that would not break.
All
We
right,
get
so
a
before we get into that,
yeah.
if you are confused about anything that has happened at the end of this book, we hope you are enjoying us go point of view by point of view and hope it clears up any confusion that you may have.
Yes, definitely. It's fun. We get a map of Thalen City that we probably should have had like 5 chapters ago. The placement of these illustrations are always weird. So, do you think we would have it at the start of the battle instead of like halfway through the chapters of the battle? But whatever.
Yeah, well, here they're doing more running through the city, so
True, but just my preference would be at the start of the battle.
it's funny. Most of the POV jumps, it's just I have like a sentence that says, "Hey, this happened. This happened. This did."
Yeah. Once again, I get a billion POVs. Kaladin, Adolin, Seth, Dalinar, Shallan, Yasna, Vinley, and Renara. All right, let's get through it. Kaladin is flying in the sky because there's like we mentioned previously, all the gemstones of Thalanel are on the ground and they're all infused. So they basically for this fight, like everyone has infinite stormlight. Pretty badass. Shows just how ridiculous you can be with infinite stormlight. Dalinar is walking towards the thrill. 'Cause he wants to do something about it. And basically, Kaladin is going to be his bodyguard, and he's fighting Amram. To
So I can't remember what video game it is where people get corrupt by red crystal, but this fight is exactly that.
yeah,
Like
no, it happens like Neo 2. It has a lot of stuff.
you said Neo too?
Yeah,
Yeah, I never
Dione.
played that, so
Cool.
it's like an action adventure, kind of like a God of War type thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like a trope. A lot of stuff. You know, a picture of like the Oni. It kind of look like a Neo 2. kind of does look like Amram a bit.
Yeah, you said Neo,
Yep. So
like NIO.
NIOH.
Oh, okay.
It's a very fun soul-like game if people want to play it. But yeah, they kind of have like these corrupted crystals that make you into demons, and it's cool looking.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. God.
It's a trope in like every video game or a lot of video games, but that's one that comes to mind. But yeah, he swallows the gemstone and starts to change. Amram is still a dick. Let me go to Adolin, unless you got anything more on
No,
that. Um,
no. He
he's
does.
the
He does. Sorry, he does reflect on why he was prevented from speaking the fourth ideal. Like if he was being down on himself too much, if that's why.
yeah. So it's like Kaladin, you really don't need another reason to be down on yourself, which was funny. Yeah, yeah, just be all right. Just let Downer actually save you for once. They're okay. So yeah, Adolin is here. He's he's fully healed, which is really nice. He talks with Shalom. He's like, Shalom, you do your thing, you be radiant. I'm gonna go do what I can do, which is go into the city and kind of help out. So that's where he goes to do it.
It's
He
funny. He notices she makes. I wonder if this messes with his psyche. Like, oh, okay, he does like feeds into him realizing she likes Kaladin because she summons one of the illusions of him and makes him as a windrunner. So he sees himself as a windrunner. It's probably like,
yes,
oh, she dreams of windrunners. Like,
yeah. He summons his sword and he apologizes for using it, but thanks it for helping him out, which will come into play later. Uh, we get Seth. He's they're trying to figure out how to get the ruby back. Um, he they're like gonna go get the ruby back basically.
and he says he won't draw Nightblood again unless Lift is dead already, and he has decided to accept death. And Nightblood is kind of sad. He's like,
Yep.
I want to fight too.
Yeah. And we get some more mentions of Vasher. Um, so if you remember or if I read that book, it would probably be cool for you to see these little mentions of them. So we get more Kaladin. Kaladin's
But I realized the game that I was thinking of, which is Dragon Age,
yeah, that makes sense.
the third one, whichever one that is, not the most recent one that came out, but but anyway,
Yeah, it makes sense.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Paladin.
This series is very much a video game or anime inspired. You can tell so much. Kaladin, he's fighting Amram. Amram's like changing, going all crazy. He is fighting him. He summons a second shard blade, which is cool. Um, so he's dual wielding. Um, he reminds me kind of this is also a reference you might get. You ever play Soul Calibur?
Yeah.
He reminds me of Nightmare in Soul Calibur.
Okay.
Yeah, with the big ass sword and like he has like two swords now. Um, it's cool. But yeah, they're fighting.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. And then he's like changing like yeah he's getting roid rage. Um, and it's bad. But yeah.
And so he's got Oathbringer and then Helleran's uh
Yeah.
shard blade
Yep.
that was given to him by the Ghost Bloods.
Mm.
So
True.
maybe the Ghost Bloods are gonna get their sword back.
Maybe, maybe. Um, this does mean you can technically bond two shard blades. So I wonder if you can bond two sprint and get double orders. Let's see.
I don't know.
Be pretty cool.
I mean,
Uh,
he's about to get a whole bunch of surge powers, almost all of them,
yeah. Then
for
we
all the
go.
good it does them.
Yeah. Then we go to Dalinar. He approaches he steps inside the thrill basically. And he's like, "Hello, friend," and it's cool. Then we go to Shalon. She's like leaving an entire army, and she's like, it's like everybody's coming in, even from the paintings of like Yalb from book two that she lost, and like they're all coming in. Um, her like mother and father, like all this stuff. She's going all Super Saiyan. And then like the crazy thing is like Vale and Radiant like appear and they're like all holding each other's hands and um it's going crazy.
Yeah, I get the sense like some of them started to disappear, like her powers started to go haywire until Veil and Radiant kind of stepped out.
Yeah.
Um, so like when she saw her mom and dad appear, uh, she kind of like something snapped in her head, like no, these people aren't good people. And she was starting to lose her powers. Did I misread that or?
Um no, you're right.
And then like when
Her,
Vale and
her
Radiant stepped out, they were like, "Hey, this is all you need. The
yeah.
three of us is good enough."
Yeah, so her father stepped from the light and her mother. The illusions immediately start to fail, melting back into light. Then someone squeezed her by her left hand, which is Vale, and uh Radiant kind of squeezes her the other because she's like able to make her with storm power or something, make them like tangible. So they're like actually kind of exist now, which is great in this little moment. And they're like basically, yeah, this was enough. She created Valen Radiant to be strong when she was weak. She squeezed her hands tight and hissed out slowly. The other versions of she started making a bunch of other versions of herself, but she's like, no, I just need these two. And they start doing the army, and it's cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Good. Adolin seeing bodies flying.
Yes. Adolin is in the city. He's trying to meet up with Yasna. Like you know, he he like basically passes by and like Yasna's just murking everybody, and he's like, "All right, she's good. Uh, let's go kill a thunderclass." But kind of. He meets up with the prince. That Dalinar impressed, and they're like gonna go mess with people. So it's fun. Once again, Yasna is like the ultimate badass.
Yeah, it was so like the first body that flew over him, he was worried it was a fused at first, but then saw the red eyes in the thing, and when he stepped around the corner, he saw Yasna just like handling everything himself, and just decides to run into battle. Um,
Yeah,
and
I
he
did.
he he runs into battle himself and like killing 50 corrupt Alethi, just like swinging his shard blade.
Yeah, Star Blades are crazy, but I do like it's the whole like meme of like you just like turn a corner, you see something, you're like, nope, I'm good, and just like walk out. That's kind of him with Yasna. He's like, I'm gonna go help her. No, she's good. I'll do something else.
Something as equally insane, like
Yeah,
taking on 50 people.
yeah, or Thunderclass, which you will do. Um, then basically, we get Yasna. She's you know just able to like murk like everybody in the smoke and stuff, and then she makes the wall. Um, there's a breach in the wall, and she's gonna make it. She doesn't quite do it yet, but she basically that's what she's gonna do.
Yeah, and so because of Dalinar right now and the three realms being like very close to each other, her soul casting is more powerful.
Yeah.
Um, and let's see. Yeah, Ivory is like pointing that out, and she's like, oh, okay, maybe I should take advantage of this, and just like starts pulling Spren through
Yeah, Wild Lass.
to the physical realm. So
Yeah, it's really
fun,
cool.
fun stuff.
Yep. Um,
And it kind of alludes and foreshadows Shallan using more soul casting soon
yeah,
at the end of this fight, where she's like, "Oh wait, no, I have another surge." Like,
yes, definitely. So then we go to Seth. They're going to get the ruby. Basically like Lift gets into the ship where it is, and like they like have like a basically a pincer attack on the guy that like escapes from Lift, and then Seth is able to like attack him, and then they get the gemstone, and then they get chased again, kind of basically.
yeah, and Seth just he noted that Nail is still just flying above while watching this entire thing, not getting involved.
Yeah,
Um,
like I'll say this, like the Seth Lift stuff, it all kind of just runs together. They're basically just chasing the gemstone until they get it. Um, he's like
yeah,
fighting flying fuse. It's a little confusing, but I like recapping it, but I understand where they're at while reading it. But they're just basically trying to get the gemstone. They got it. Now the fuse are gonna try to get back from
yep,
them.
Adolin.
Yes, we get Aelin. They join up with Navani. And then she learns that Elhokar is dead, which is very sad. You know, they're trying to like figure out a plan of like defense. They want to like hold the line so no more troops can get in, and then like as they're like doing stuff, the brass wall appears and basically cuts off any cuts off the invasion. So the troops have to take the walls again, and then they're able to like basically attack from just they want to like basically secure the inside of the keep, and that's gonna be that.
Yeah,
Oh, and
this.
then he's like at the end he's like, I'm gonna kill a Thunderclass because I'm badass.
Yeah, they want the Thalen Shardbearers to join in as well. It was weird that when Yasna put up the bronze wall and closed the gap in the wall, she like recovered the shard blade from the rubble because they're like Adolin's like there's a shard blade somewhere in that rock pile, and like she clears it out and it's sitting there, and then orders Adolin's like, hey, Kadrolk, uh go get that shard blade.
Yeah,
So they'll have two people with shard blades.
yeah, it makes sense because I guess you could probably see in the cognitive realm the sprint of the blade just like boop out
Yeah,
the
makes sense.
yeah, it's very cool. Um, all right, then we get good Cowd and Amram. They're fighting. You know, it's really cool. Amram's still transforming. Uh, Cowden's having to like harry the fuse that are attacking Dalinar and also Amram at the same time. Uh, it's cool stuff. Um, yeah,
Amram also has a shard bow.
yeah, he has a shard bow. They're like shooting stuff that will come important later.
Like Amram has too high of an economy of action. Like he's wielding, he's dual wielding the shard blades, but then can like dismiss and load and shoot a shard bow and then come back to having his shard blades super easily.
Yeah,
He's too overpowered. There's
yeah, he's transforming his cool body horror, like crystals jutting out of his skin and shit. And he's like, "Rah."
he's got multiple legendary actions.
Oh yeah, he's leveled up definitely. Um, I wonder if he survived, like if he would be himself or like the the unmade would have totally taken him over.
Uh yeah, the crystal changing, transforming him, I think there's no coming back from that.
Yeah,
Because I would assume that's something akin to soul casting.
I
Like
could
his
see that.
body's being soul cast into something different.
Yeah,
So maybe, oh, here's a theory. So it's like red crystals. So what if, all right, he's got the gem heart, and that's where that unmade is captured in. And so that's controlling him and doing all this. But as crystal starts to, as his body starts to transform into red crystals, what if that allowed other Spren with certain surges to be captured into this?
and that's why he gets all those powers.
Yeah, what if that's the mechanic
That's
of it?
cool. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I mean, it's as good a theory as any other one, but yeah,
Yeah, I mean, could just start flying and stuff kind of out of nowhere. Um,
because like as he Kaladin notices that he starts to get more powers and do things as more crystal encloses his body, like grows out of his body.
yeah,
So,
yeah, I could see that. It'd be cool.
it's a good theory.
Yeah, as good as any until it's disproven.
Yeah.
I like it. Downer is in the thrill. It's seeing all the images, but he's like, all right, we're gonna dance thrill, and then it's gonna happen. Let me go to Yasna. Um, she's like in between worlds, and she's like, oh, really cool, and she's able to like soul cast the air into like steps. It's really cool. Um, uh, it, she's just pretty fucking awesome. Um, and she's talking with Navani and Queen Finn. And then she's looking at uh uh Shalon, and she's like, Shalon's doing good, but she's running out of Stormlight, and they need to like get the troops from Erethiru into it. What is Renarin doing? We need to get rid of these Thunderclaps. She's like trying to like command basically. No, shit is going bad.
Yep. We'll move on. Seth next.
Yeah, I really it's the art of the cover is her like creating steps out of thin air.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. And look, there's Ivory
Yeah.
as a shard blade and the
Yep.
little steps.
Yep.
And then that's got to be the bronze in the wall, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just spoiled everything.
Right? I mean, why would you have that? Like if you knew what the fuck it was, but
Yeah, exactly. Um,
it's funny because you don't even have that cover.
I do. It's just lost.
So you don't have it.
I mean, I did. I always lose the jackets because I don't know. I take them off to read and then just forget where I put them, and then they just go away. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
They should just print it on the hardback itself, so I don't have to do it. Because book jackets are dumb. That's my controversial opinion of today.
Yeah.
Um,
So yeah,
Ever,
Seth is fending off the attacks of Five Fused and
yeah,
just flying and dodging in the city past the Thunderclast, and Nightblood is encouraging him to draw him out,
yeah,
and Seth then throws the ruby as far as he can to get the fused away from him.
yeah. Then
Lift's like, I have a
yep,
plan.
just gets it. Yeah. So then we go directly to Shalon. She's like, holding the radiant veil, and they're like, she's making all the crazy armies and shit. It's fun that like the soldiers are so engrossed in the thrill that they can't see through the illusions. So like um she's like getting sucked into the melee of the storm, making all this stuff, and she's freaking out. And then Lift's like, I like Lift's like, hey, could you stop hugging yourself? I need you to create an illusion of this gym real quick.
I also like the I forget who was observing and mentioning it, but the illusions, like she didn't just make illusions of allies. She made illusions of uh like crazed enemies that would make the enemies go, "Oh no, hey, look, our side is going crazy," and like
Yeah.
causing even more chaos.
Yes. It's fun. Um, we get Kaladin, and they're continuing their duel. They're like fighting each other, and him and Amram. Amram's continuing to like expand Akira style with crystals and shit. He's freaking out. Kaladin is kind of overwhelmed or matched against him. He's still trying to mess him up. Kaladin is also getting a lot of this fight. He's getting like injured, but he's like healing himself because there's so much Stormlight. But he's getting messed up by Amram. Um, and he's still trying to like save Dalinar. It's like a lot of stuff. And yeah, he's getting messed up by Amram, basically. It's a cool fight.
Yeah, here he ends up scaring off the horse, um, which scares off the shard bow.
Smart bro, yeah.
The less legendary actions that Abraham can take.
Oh yeah, and there's also another like Hulk fuse that has like
Brown
armor.
carapace.
Yeah. So we're getting more like forms of power fuse, which is cool. It just reminds me of I was thinking basically like the Hulk from X-Men. It's like crazy. So yeah, he's fight's really cool. You should read it. But yeah. Basically Amram and but yeah, Kaladin's getting messed up. It's fun seeing Kaladin like his limitations in this fight because he's previously been kind of just like God mode.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, he's and like Amram's like yeah, it's like his growth is like shattering the shard plate, which is crazy. He's like so uh nasty and powerful.
Which makes sense. And I think they recover his shard plate after the fight.
Makes sense, yeah.
Because all you need is a one piece.
You just need that necklace, the neck part.
Well, no, you only need like a small piece. Like, and the neck piece could be a piece of it, but like you could have the helm, you could have neck, you could have gauntlet, you could have foot.
Yeah. In Dalinar's flashback, he says as long as you have the neck, like
I
everything
think
else.
he said as long as I have this piece, we can
Yeah.
row it, which
Yeah.
that was what he had left.
Yeah.
So I think it's any piece. It doesn't have to be the neck piece, but that was the piece he still had on him that wasn't shattered.
Yeah, I took it like that's like if you have that, you're good. But if you have other stuff, you can still grow it back. But like that's like the central piece that like if everything else was gone, that's how I think you grow it back. It's a little weird. The shard plate has still a little bit of a mystery, but yeah.
Yeah.
Adolin, he is joining the fight with the Thunderclast. It is murking a bunch of people. He's using his shard blade. And this is when he's starting to connect to the sprint of his sword. Um, he gets the name of his sword, uh, Maya Lauren, or he just shortened it to Maya. So he knows the name. So they start fighting. He's like cutting through, some of his legs. He's like thinking like, it shows back from book one with the chasm fiend. So he's like trying to basically hobble the giant beast. But he doesn't have shard plate, so it's very dangerous. And he's fighting back.
And he doesn't have Stormlight.
Yeah, he doesn't have Stormlight, so it's bad, but luckily he does not die because he's just that much of a badass. Um, and then he meets up with the other shard bearer that we will meet later. Let me go back to Dalinar. He's with the Thrill, and he's like, embracing what he was and stuff like that. Like, I understand you, and which is important because that's how he's going to trap it later. But yeah, that's kind of that little section of that. Yeah. If you got anything on that,
No.
uh, we have Vinley. Vinley is like running away from the battlefield almost. And then she's kind of like the rhythms are going all crazy because Timber, I'm guessing with the opening of the thing, is like talk to her more. She starts to speak the words, and then a fuse comes. She says, "Life before death, strength before weakness." But she starts to say journey, but somebody the fuse grabs her, and he almost caught her, you know, speaking the words, but does not. Um, and he's like, "You ran away," and he's like, "I was frightened and weak. Cannot be weak in his service. You must choose who you will serve. I choose. I choose. Choose. He chooses to be a radiant." Dun, dun, dun. Because then we find out that Timber has basically subjugated the void sprint inside of her heart and it's moved inside, so she wins.
Yeah. And I get the sense like the I don't know if it was here or later, but the rhythm of the Lost is almost like a sadness or a grief like feeling.
Yeah,
So she's almost feeling like Kaladin. Um, she's able to like now with Timber having captured the Void Sprint, he's able to make her like eyes change and fool the fused into thinking that she is like, with Odium.
yeah. Um, yes, she gets the rhythm of joy from Timber, um, which is the rhythm that her people have learned long ago after chasing out their gods. So that's what she's done. And so she's still in her void form, so she hasn't changed forms yet. Interested to see if she ever does like a fully radiant form. That'd be cool to see. Um like Timber pulls to victory within her because she took over the void sprint. And then she says the final ideal, journey before destination. And she's able to suck in Stormlight.
Yep. Yay.
Very, very cool. That little Finley is pretty fun. I like her a lot.
I do too.
So then we go back to unless you got anything else,
Nope.
Finley. Yeah, so she is she's not a Knight Radiant yet, but she will be. I wonder if her Shard Blade is gonna be like half corrupted because it's using the Void Sprint and Timber to make it. That'd be kind of cool.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Guess we'll have to see when she swears the third ideal. We go back to Adolin. We meet another shard bearer, Herdlam. Sure, such a weird name. He does not have he has plate but no blade, so he has a giant mace or hammer.
Come
They're
on.
gonna go mess up um the Thunderclass. They start like attacking it. It's really cool fight. Ada was like almost dying like 17 times. Um, and he's able to summon Maya. Uh, oh, he also does the cool thing where he throws the shard blade and it doesn't disappear. That he practiced in like book 2 or something. Um, to save her lamb. Uh, but he's able to summon her in 7 seconds because he is cool, and they're bonding, and yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if she actually summoned in 7 seconds or if for some reason Sanderson just didn't feel like finishing the statement that it was 10 seconds, 10
No,
heartbeats.
no, he does it for a reason. Because he fell to his knees. 7. My he thought, truly desperate. Please. Blessedly, as he raised his hands, this blade materialized. So yeah, it's definitely like he's bond. They're changing whatever. Either they're coming back to life, or changing to a different type of sprint. Because he's she's not talking to him, but he's feeling her feelings through this. Kind of like uh what Vinley's feeling with like the rhythms of timber. So maybe she was once a light spring, we don't know. But he gives her to herd lamb because he has plate, and he's like, I'm gonna get squished. You go mess up this thundercloud.
I feel like the description of Maya was like vines. So I felt like she was a cultivation sprint.
Yeah, it could be.
So like if you go back and read the description of her, there's like vines growing out of her.
Yeah,
I thought
I
of
could,
Wendell.
I could see that.
But yeah,
But she could be, since she's dead, coming back to life. She could be getting changed into a different spren. I don't know if that's possible, but they're concepts. You if you were this, and you could probably get changed into a different concept.
maybe.
If she's like, no longer a window spread, but since she's been used as a sword forever, and like she becomes basically a shard blade spread, which would be kind of interesting.
Hmm.
But or she could just rematerialize as a window, and then they could bond, and it'd be all fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
Hyman.
gives her he ends up giving her to Raldum.
Yep. He also meets up with
Fight.
yeah, he meets up with Renarin.
Who heals him, and then he
Yeah,
gives the sword to Raldum to fight the Thunderclast while he himself goes off to fight soldiers.
yeah, because you kind of need to play. Also, Renarin, like once again, like Renarin gets like squished, but they're able to like just instantly heal themselves. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, Stormlight is OP. Um, then Seth is he's being chased down by Fuse as he's like holding the uh he's holding the ruby.
Oh,
Um,
he recovered it again from the fused, and as he runs away, he smacks into a fake rock,
yeah,
which then like in that that instant, it was almost like a reverse pickpocketing where he swapped the two. Like Lift was essentially disguised as a rock, and when he ran into her, they swapped the rubies,
yeah,
and then he lashes the fake one into the air, um, and takes Lift
yeah,
to the mist, and
yeah,
Lift steps in.
yep, yes, that's what happens. A little confusing, but yeah,
Yeah, I was confused at first too. I was like, okay, he ran into rock, and then it's like, oh, now he has a fake one. I was like, what? Where did he get a fake one? Oh, okay.
yeah,
Um, but yeah, so Lift then steps in to the thrill with the ruby. to give it to
Give it to
Dalinar,
Dalinar. Yep.
and Seth heads off to help Shallan.
Yes. Yep. It's gonna be cool. Um, yeah, because he cannot go into the mist because he's a murderer and it's gonna take him over. And then we have Kaladin. We get more fighting with Amaram. They're yeah, they're fighting. It's a lot of bullshit. He's
Do you want
fighting
me to go
on.
through it?
You can if you want.
Okay. Uh, so yeah, Kaladin is continuing to fight both Amaram and the Hulking fused.
Yeah.
Syl ends up forming she does this cool thing where she becomes a shield and then grows tines, and so the blades get caught in there, and all Kaladin has to do is like twist his arm, and of course it changes the angle of the wrist holding the sword, so he drops one of the shard blades and it vanishes. Um, then he notices there are two fused approaching Dalinar in the mist. Um, Amaram has started to gain more surges, so he can use like lashings now. Um, then he's talking to Callan and telling him how powerful that odium has made him and that he's been shown the truth. And Kaladin then points out that he still hasn't found peace over what he did. So it's like he's still hanging on to the anger about what he did to Kaladin, which angers Amaram more. He's like, no. Um, then Syl turns into a spear, and Kaladin stabs the gem heart with it, which cracks it. It sends Amaram to the ground.
Yep.
Kaladin delivers one of the most badass lines ever. 10 spears go to battle, and he whispered it. 10 spears go to battle, and 9 shatter. Did that war forge the one that remained? No, Amaram. All the war did was identify the spear that would not break.
Yep.
And then Amaram's gem heart goes dark, and 6 fused plus the hulking one attack Kaladin.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. Cool fight.
yeah.
Very cool.
Then we jump back to
Renarin.
Naren.
He's yeah, they're
Cutting chunks off of. So
yeah,
the Thalen Shardbearer is cutting chunks off of the Thunderclast while Renarin is distracting it.
yeah.
Uh,
And then he's like able to like
he
push out
Renarin
the
used like a
sprint basically.
surge
Yeah.
to make the Thunderclast return to the ground.
Yeah. Or like I thought you it seems like he like pushed the sprint out of the thunderclap or something.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
But
And
then he heads off to the
the escape.
Oath Game.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Then we go to Shallan. Uh, she's like still making all stuff, but she's like basically used up all of her power. And then she's kind of freaking out. And the fuse kind of are able to see through the illusions that are kind of coming towards her. Then Yasna comes in and she's like being more of a badass. She like does a wall of fire. And yes. And then she's like trying to help out Shallan.
Their soul
and
casting abilities as well.
yeah, yeah. And then Shallan's like, holy shit, Yasna is ridiculously good at soul casting.
And this is like where she's like, you know what? Look, I need to start learning this more.
Yeah.
And that was like the start of Shallan realizing that she will continue to be a ward of Yasna.
Yep.
But yeah, Yasna like soul cast a stone cube around one of the fused. She soul cast burning oil. Like it's like this is craziness.
Yeah, Yasna's OP, and she's also doing a thing where she's creating like steps out of air, and it's like Sean's like, oh, okay, I need to learn how to do this because this is crazy. Um, then we go back to Renarin. He's trying to get to the fuse, the Oath Gate. There's a bunch of fuse there, kind of guarding them, so they can't even really get through it. He talks with Brightness Tashev, who is Taleb's wife. They're like, they learn about the attack on Erithiru, and they're like, we can't really get through. We're figuring stuff out, and they're
Suspiciously, Malada and the rest of the crew from Carbron are missing.
yeah,
Who we know are the diagram.
yeah,
Hmm. Ooh.
and then like giant light forms, and Teft is there. He's a nice radiant, and the cavalry has arrived.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
cool.
Heft and the Alethi troops, yeah.
Yep.
But right before there, like Renarin's like, well, I gotta go get that oath gate. Like, there's nobody else. Like, I've got to do it, even though he's about to 12 face 12 fused. Um,
Yeah.
and luckily there was somebody else. It was Teft.
Yeah, I
Who was
do
that?
like it that uh, like he's like smiling, and they're like, "Why are you smiling?" He's like, "Just watch." Like then everybody appears, and it's cool. Um, yeah, I like how it's formatted. With for Teft, it's just like Teft, and then just Knights Radiant. It's really poignant and cool. Bit of formatting. Yeah,
What
then we get
what
in the book.
the how it's written?
Yeah, how it's written. It's just one line Teft, and then underneath it says Knights Radiant. That's kind of the end of the as he like appears. That's really cool.
Huh.
Then, like a herald from lore, a man rose into the air above them, glowing white with starlight. The bearded man carried a long silver sharp spear with a strange crossguard shape behind the tip. Teft, Knight Radiant. Just build some hype. It's
Yeah,
written. Um,
pretty cool.
it's pretty
I just
cool.
noticed I say yeah a lot.
Everybody says that. I noticed myself saying it too. We go back to Shalon. She's with Navani now, and she's like basically like exhausted from doing all of her Stormlight stuff. And and then they're like, they're like all like they're discussing what to do, and then bam, we got all of our dudes. We got and also the Parchment are fixed into attack. It's gonna be bad, but we got our dudes.
Yeah.
Um,
And we've got Dalinar's secret.
yes,
He's taken away the big stick.
yeah, he's going to, yes. Um, then we got
Renarin.
Renarin, and he's basically like defend the Oath Gate, and let's do it. And Rock's there, Lynn is there, basically all of Bridge 4 is there. And they're gonna fight and fuck shit up basically.
Yeah, I like that Lynn was like, all right, Renarin, tell us what to do. He's like, what do you mean? I'm just a dude. Like, I'm not giving orders. And then Rock like hugs Renarin and flies off. Uh,
Yeah,
he and Lynn are gonna retrieve the wounded.
yeah, because they haven't been. One Rock doesn't fight, um,
And Lynn hasn't
and
been
Lynn hasn't been
trained.
trained yet, so they're just doing wounded stuff, which is cool.
Yeah.
And
Triage, basically.
triage. Yep, they need more truth watchers so they can heal people. That would be nice.
Or edge dancers.
Yeah, I would like to see the squires that Lift gets. That'd be funny. Maybe it's just a bunch of urchins. Kind of cool. Um, Renarin, and we go back to Dalinar. He is, in the thrill, and then he feels Lift give him the ruby, and he's like, "Guess what? I get to trap a, a unmade." Boom.
I like the description, like when he embraces the thrill and the thrill coos. It's almost like a cat, or like, hey, it's okay. Bam! Gotcha,
Yeah,
bitch.
basically, he's like, "I understand you deeply." And then zaps it. It's cool. Goodbye, thrill. So you get released again in some other book, and it's gonna be bad.
Right?
Uh, then we go to Kaladin. He's like fighting all the dudes. There's like billion fused. He's fighting them all off.
Getting his ass beat.
Getting his ass beat. Doesn't quite die because he's able to heal. And then Amaram is gonna like gets to his feet. He's gonna kill Kaladin, but guess what? He gets hit by giant bolts of shard bow arrows. And who is that but Rock? He's come to save Kaladin. And
I
it's in
love the like this sentence description. Amaram's glowing red eyes illuminated a distorted face. His jaw had broken as he'd fallen, and gemstones had pushed out the sides of his face at awkward angles, making the jaw hang limp from his mouth. Drool leaking out the side, he stumbled toward Kaladin, gemstone heart pulsing with light.
and it's very like zombie. Yeah, it's cool. And I mean Rock needs to be get over it because he's the chief, so he can fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
And the
yeah,
shard blades cling to the ground.
yes, Amram would be dead. Let me ask you this:
Dun 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 dun.
how do you feel about someone other than Kaladin killing Amram?
Um, I don't know. Like I think it's I don't know. I think Kaladin did, but this feralness, like I think Kaladin literally killed Amaram, and then just the unmade
It was like animated.
basically animated him like as this final like I still have control of this body. Um, and then Rock comes out and does that, and I think what we're gonna see is that it's necessary for Rock.
Yeah,
It was needed. It was the thing that Rock needed for him to grow
yeah,
after, like beyond just being a squire.
yeah, and like it deals with the themes of like Kaladin needs to rely on other people and things like that. So I liked it. Also, if Rock gets the third ideal, could he make like a shard bow with shard arrows? Because that seems insanely powerful.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just cuts through anything. It just kills every fight. It's really good.
I mean, you could shoot,
Yeah, and you're
right? You
like,
could kind of already throw your shard blade.
yeah, that's not really a arrow. I mean, it's not as powerful as a bow and arrow with like infinite ammo because you can just manifest arrows.
Yeah,
And you're like able to fly, so you just fly over the battlefield, just raining down arrows on people. It'd be really brutal,
he's Cupid
basically. Except it kills you.
of death.
Cupid of Cupid of death. Yeah.
Uh,
Um. Then we get Shallan. Basically, it's like she watches as the throw gets captured and all like the red eyes disappear and they all like crash down to the ground. The battle's over. Dun, 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 we won. Everybody level up. We'll see you next session for some aftermath. But yeah, the battle is over. They somehow won.
For now.
For now. The war is not over though. Um and then and then we have a little bit of Kaladin. He's talking with the Blackthorn and they're like basically it's over now. Like cool. And yeah.
I like the image of Dalinar kneeling with the ruby and Lift just leaning on
Yeah.
him. As the clouds thin and sunlight starts to pour down,
Yep.
and Dalinar's like, "It's over." Um, all right, hell of a chapter.
Oh, one chapter.
Like what a fucking roller coaster.
Yeah.
Um, uh, Earlier on, I feel Lift somehow has changed Nightblood, like, and the reason why is like he copied Lift's great. She's like, it's all right, be happy. Look, there's a lot of evil to slay today. That's great, right?
Well, Nightblood has a friend now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, and then of course during the fight, like we see what Dalinar could have become if in Amaram
Yep.
had Dalinar not taken ownership for what he did. But it's interesting that Dalinar chose. He's like, all right, you're my not Dalinar. Odium said, Dalinar, you are my champion, and then fed the gem to Amaram. Like, would he not have? He wasn't planning to feed it to Dalinar. Like, he had different plans for Dalinar.
Yeah, I can see that because like it you know it kind of destroyed and maybe he would have bonded Odium as a bondsmith and gotten like the the black plate of Odium because remember Renard saw like him in black plate so that maybe he like would have done that which would have been cool.
Hmm.
I don't know, I'm just making that up but sounds good.
Yeah. Awesome chapter.
Yes, craziness.
We spent 4 minutes shy of an hour talking about that chapter.
It's a long chapter.
It is.
It's basically the culmination of like 3 books. So now we go into chapter 21.
Ideals.
That's right. Is this the last chapter of the book?
No, there's one more debt
More.
repaid after.
Yeah. Um, Ideals. We get Moash, Navani, Shallan, Vinley, Seth, Kaladin, Dalinar, Lupin, and Ash. So we get everybody. Um, so Moash is and Kolinar, he's kind of like help rebuilding the thing. He kind of doesn't know how to feel after he killed Elokar, kind of feel his vengeance. Then Leshwi finds him and he meets with this other dude, Hanan, and
Nanan,
Hanan, and he's given a strange knife that is going to kill a god.
a golden metal knife with a sapphire in the pommel.
Yep. Is that from any other book, or is that new?
Not that I'm aware.
All right. Uh,
But I also don't remember anything of Elantris.
hmm,
But
yeah. Then we get Navani. She runs and like hugs and kisses Dalinar. And then he gives her the perfect gem with the unmade in it and tells her to study it. And he asks her to teach him how to read, which is blasphemy.
And she brings up the black sphere that Gavilar. She says Gavilar made, and she says it's similar to the ruby. So
Yeah,
what in the hell is that black sphere?
has to be another unmade, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I do. I mean, so I also think it could be like the sapphire that's on the knife that's used to kill Yezereza.
hey,
Um, there was something about the description of that caught me, but we'll continue. I didn't write it with that note, so
yeah. Um, yeah.
Sean.
We need we need Seth to tell us where he hit it. Be nice. He's probably gonna forget about it. Um,
Yeah.
we get Shalon. She's kind of you know, she should be in a palanquin. Everybody tries to get her palanquin, but she's trying to walk on her own. And she's talking to herself with Radiant and Veil and stuff. And basically she meets up with Adolin, and she's looking at Kaladin, and she basically
So
chooses she chooses Adolin basically.
yeah, he realizes that she's like flipping through her personas.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Yep.
he comes back and chooses Adolin.
Yeah, she's able to basically kind of come back to herself and choose Adolin instead of Kaladin. So rip Kaladin. We get Vinley. She's on a ship as they Pershini retreat. And then she's trying to figure out what to do. Um, and then she basically is going to she hears a bunch of listeners talking about like what are they and like their stuff, and she's like, let me teach you the ways of our people, and she's gonna teach them of the listeners, which will be fun. So she's a rebel.
And Timber also says that he bonded her because the humans caused Spren so much pain,
Mhm.
and even got his grandfather killed.
Yes,
This
this
is
is
where
what.
you were going to talk about that, right?
Yep, this is where, yes, I'm almost positive that Timber is Aiko's daughter. Not that it really matters, but maybe if they ever go to the kind of realm, see. But yes,
I like that.
it makes too much sense with like I had a daughter that had a dream and she ran away, and my father's got killed by humans. So yeah, almost positive that's correct. But yeah, she's gonna become like a prophet of the listeners. Hopefully, we'll see. Humans and where I kind of see this story going, humans and listeners kind of banding together, putting aside their past to, fight the evil gods and win the day and share Roshar together in peace and harmony. We'll see if that happens. Probably a lot of death will happen before that. Yes, now you have Seth. Um, so he's talking with Nail. He's like, are you displeased with me? He's like, no, you've taken your own path, but we'll see if Dalinar is worth it. And he still wants to cleanse the Shin. We'll see if that happens. That'd be kind of cool. Um, and yeah, they're gonna if they ever meet again, they'll be enemies.
Well, maybe. So, like, one, uh, a Spren does accept the words. So, Seth is now has spoken the third ideal and is bonded to a Spren.
That we
And
will
then
see.
Nail mentions that he will return in the future to train Seth on the Surge of Division.
Yeah.
So they won't necessarily be enemies, but they're still following different oaths.
Well, he says, "What if we meet on the battlefield?" And we'll both feel the
Yeah.
confidence. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. maybe Nail will turn around and join his fellow Radiants.
But he did say, "Hey, I will teach you the.
Yeah, he's still
I'll
gonna.
return to teach you this surge."
Yeah, so Nail's complicated. Um, but he keeps he still has Nightblade. Didn't take it away from him. So
And
that's
Nightblood does not like Nail at all.
yes.
It's like I don't like that guy. Let's kill that guy.
Yeah. Uh,
Shalon.
so this is Shalon. Uh, her with big thing with Adolin. Adolin's like, all right, I see how you're looking at Kaladin. I'm gonna step back and let you, if you really want to be with him, I'll allow it. Um, really, it kind of reminds me of Return of the Jedi, where Han Solo does it to Leia, and she's like, "That's my brother." He's like, "What?" It doesn't happen. Kaladin's not Shalon's brother, but yeah, it kind of happens with that. Yeah, so they, did an old romantic scene with her and Adolin. They finally put an end to this uh uh love triangle, thankfully. Um, so yeah, good scene. I really like it.
Yeah.
I like it's kind of fun seeing Adolin be like have like a little inferiority complex. He's like that dude can like actually fly and he's like really cool. And she's like, no, I still want you. You're like also really, really awesome. So
And you don't have superpowers.
you don't have superpowers yet. Yet. Once you and your sword get more familiar with each other, you get like really cool sword surges that only exist because of something. I don't know. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Or you just get like window power. You get lift powers. I mean, Alien with lift powers would be pretty broken, so it'd be fun.
Yeah. Like imagine his duels.
Yeah,
Matrix style slide underneath sword swings.
that'd be really cool. Um, yes. So then
Yeah.
we get Kaladin. Kaladin is sees Sean and Adolin embrace, and he's like, that's fine. And they're also talking about how he couldn't say the words. Um,
He's sitting on a roof and he's holding a rock and like Syl comes and bugs him and says, "Nice rock." And then Kaladin mentions that Shallan reminds him of someone. So I'm pretty sure this is like him thinking of Tien
yeah,
or Terra,
or Terra, yeah,
but the rock is Tien.
yeah,
So
yeah. Um, and then they're
Syl confirms
the Recreants, yeah,
that Odium was the original god of men that they brought to Roshar. So, that goes along with the epilogue, epigraph.
yep,
Um, Callan starts to ponder on how he'll move forward and like not abandon his oaths. Um, then he returns to Bridge 4.
yep,
Taft comes over to talk to him,
yep.
and Kaladin
I
says,
skipped ahead with Kaladin. Did you not see it? I guess I skipped ahead.
no, he watches them.
Yeah.
Like he's watching Shallan and Adolin while he's on that roof.
Yeah.
So you didn't skip ahead. I was
Okay.
just
No.
I made a short note that he watched them and had other things that I
Yeah.
noted more, but
I
uh,
just like that the love triangle is over. So
yeah, it's nice.
it wasn't really a true love triangle, but it could have been annoying, but it was good.
Yeah.
Um
Um, but yeah, the last thing here with Kaladin, he says Teft was there for him to lean on, so he'll be the same for him. And then they both look over at Rock sitting alone, who's feeling like he broke his oath by firing the shard bow.
yep.
But maybe they'll fix Rock,
Yeah, maybe he should realize that he's the chief because all of his brothers are dead.
right?
Yeah.
He can be a soldier now.
Let me go back to Dalinar. He's yes, he's in the Temple of Talanet with all of his generals and stuff, and then basically Taravangian comes and like tells him somewhat all the stuff, not really enough of the stuff about the diagram and stuff. Um, I thought it was gonna be cooler than it was. Um, but he's not, I wanted Taravangian to like actually be an ally with him, but we find out later he's not. We do know that there's a herald in uh Carbroth.
Right.
Dova.
Dova, who's
Yeah,
most likely Bata.
yeah.
Yeah, I like that Dalinar's like he's wondering if Talonat had ever had to fight humans, um, or wondered what he had done in uh, taking the world.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good old
Yeah.
Taravangian giving way too much information there.
Yeah, but he does it enough just like get the trust back, but not he doesn't actually like give him the information, which is uh sad because Taravangian's still evil.
Evil.
Evil. The Muash is in Kolinar still. We get confirmation that that beggar that gave Dalinar the drinks was actually a herald, like he thought. Then he kills him. Uh,
Yeah, and so here it says the sapphire and the knife took on a subdued glow. So I kind of felt like that connected to the other like black sphere
yeah,
that,
see
that
that.
Gavilar had.
Yeah.
But
When Muash pulled the yellow white knife free, it trailed dark smoke and left a blackened wound. The large sapphire that the pommel took on a subdued glow. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit like a nightblood thing.
maybe.
Maybe it's a black smoke. Hmm,
I wonder if Nightblood can kill heralds.
maybe it does like disintegrate everything else, so I can see it. It doesn't talk to him though, so it's something different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's going to be important uh later. Uh, then we get Lupin. He's talking with his Sprin Rua, um, which is interestingly a boy Sprin. When Glory Honor Sprin, Jesus, Honor Sprin. So it's the first male Honor Sprin we've seen. Um, then he's with the a bunch of like injured people, right?
Yeah, he's being a clown. Like he's essentially walking around telling stories and like clowning around. And he finds a one-armed soldier who's asking if he can become a radiant. This is really fucked up, but funny. Lopin's like, sure, but he has to say words, and the guy says the first ideal. No, he tells him what the first ideal is, the second
Yes.
ideal, and when he says the second ideal,
Yep.
the
Yep.
Stormfather's like, I accept these words, and he becomes a winner. He's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But the fucked up thing that he did was he told him a joke and then held out something to him, and the guy tried to grab it with the arm that's missing a hand. And then he goes, I've got a whole lot of jokes for one-armed people that I don't need anymore if you want any. It's like,
Yeah.
like great Lupin. Um,
Yeah. So Lupin is a radiant.
yeah.
So
And he
we got
runs.
so we got Teft, Kaladin, and Lupin. I assume Rock's gonna become one. Uh, do you think anyone else in Bridgeport is gonna become an actual win winner?
I would say Scar or Drahe
I could see them.
are
Yeah.
most likely going to eventually become. Um, Because those are the main people, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's Sigzil, but we actually haven't seen Sigzil in like forever.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in a while.
I thought he was gonna be more important than what he turned out to be.
Well, we'll see. We still have some books.
True, but like he's trained by Wit and that sort of stuff. Just it seemed like he was gonna do stuff, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, but there's
Yeah, I
no
could.
guarantee. There's no guarantee he'll be a windrunner either.
True. I thought
But
that honestly, I thought that him and Wit would have like talked already by this book.
I get the sense that Wit doesn't want to talk to him.
Sure, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Um,
Kaladin gets
I could see maybe Lynn as well being since
oh
they
yeah, Lynn. Lynn, I can see Lynn getting
just because they've started to make more of a deal of her.
yeah.
Um, guess what? As much as they made it a thing of May Aladar in this book, she didn't do shit. So I was 1 for 2 on the random ladies that were given names in this book.
Hey, she could still do something in the next book.
That's true.
Maybe she maybe she ends up on the boat with Risen and Dawnshard.
Maybe. Like, here, you haven't done anything in this book. Here, we'll send you in the novella. Uh, then
Um,
last one we get Ash.
well,
Hmm?
before we move on to Ash,
Yeah.
like when Lopin runs off to tell Kaladin that he's a windrunner now, full windrunner. Um, Kaladin gets news from a span read along with a map, um,
Oh man.
and then makes Lopin the second in command when he's gone after Teft. It's like, okay, well, while I'm gone, you're second in command after Teft. And then he says, all right, I'm flying out. I'm going to find somebody.
Yes. That'll be important in a little bit.
And we get
Uh,
Ash.
we get Ash. She's with Talano. He's kind of returned back to his broken form, whatever the convergence of honors perpendicularly. Seemed to have rose him from his slumber, but now he's broken again.
Perpendicularity.
We're part of it. Yep. Um, she's gonna take him to Ishar to see what's happened, and then she feels uh part of her soul get sucked away because her father gets killed, and she's like, "Oh shit, what the fuck happened?" Um, and yeah, because they seem to all be tied together, which makes sense because that's how one of them would be able to like stop damnation or the desolations from happening. Yeah, her father is dead.
And she also doesn't want humans to swear by or worship any of the heralds. Like she hears somebody swear by her name. She's like, no, don't do that.
And then Yasna like finds them.
And she notices Yasna holding a sketch of them, and it's in the style of Midius. And then she falls unconscious.
Which Shalon made those.
Huh?
Shalon made those paintings, right? Sketches.
No. Yasna got we found out, I think at the end of last book that or sometime at the beginning of this book, Wit gave her descriptions of all of the heralds and what they look like now.
Yeah. I just assumed that she got them from Shalon because Shalon like saw them. I was like, I could just give you a painting of them. Here you go. Those are the heralds.
She wouldn't know what they looked like in this day and age.
She saw them. They were at the battle.
Well, yeah, these two people,
Yeah, these are the yeah.
like I don't think Shalon saw these two people. Dalinar saw them.
She was at the front of she was chilling there when
When?
at the battle. Like she was like by the broken wall, like making illusions and shit. She would have seen them. I mean, maybe she was too distracted, but
Yeah, I for some reason I don't get the sense that Shallan met with Ash.
she didn't meet him, but she definitely saw them.
She wouldn't know who they looked like though.
Yeah, maybe.
She wouldn't know like who they were. She's never seen a likeness of Ash in the modern world.
Hmm.
Like the heralds don't look the same in right now as they do in their paintings and everything.
Yeah, I know.
So like Shallan may have seen her, but she wouldn't have known it was Ash.
Yeah, but if Yasmin was like, "Hey, there's two people that were muckabaki like dudes that were walking towards Dalinar. You should make me a painting." It's probably not that. I just kind of got because it's Midas. I guess
Midias. I,
is like
I
I guess a herald or some shit.
I feel like that's another name for wit.
I don't know, maybe, yeah. But
It's
he
also
doesn't. He
awfully
doesn't.
close to Midas, like Midas touch.
Yeah, but he doesn't. Wit doesn't draw really. That we've seen. I don't know. That could be
Um,
Wit.
he does capture a cryptic sprint at the
Hmm?
at the end of this book. He gets himself a cryptic sprint.
Does he? No.
You missed it. Um, yeah. So we'll get to that in the epilogue. Um, yeah. I really, for some reason, I feel really sad for Ash in this section.
Well, yeah, she has like her love. The love of her life is insane, and then her dad dies. Yeah, it sucks.
I didn't realize that her and Talenat were. Was it revealed anywhere else before this that they were lovers?
I think so.
But yeah, it's just so sad.
Yeah.
All right, chapter 122, the final chapter of the book.
A debt repaid. Kaladin, Taravangian, Shallan, Polona, Moash, and Dalaran. All right. So
Let's just skip talking about this chapter and go to the. No, just kidding.
all right. So Kaladin's flying away. He's flying around. He finds Rehi and Scar, and they have Elhokar's son, and they're like, "We protect those who cannot protect themselves." So that's cool.
I feel like that means Scar and Drahi are now full Knights Radiance.
What? Well, then they wouldn't need it. Well, I guess they would need gemstone, but yeah, yeah, probably.
They don't. They wouldn't have any Stormlight.
Yeah,
And then that means that there is an at least one of them is a Windrunner, and then we've got Vatha is a Light Weaver now too.
yeah,
So they have Windrunners and Light Weavers together.
yeah. Because yep, yep,
Nice that all of them made it out alive,
yeah. Somehow,
even Baby Gav.
baby Gav. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens with him. If maybe he'll be an important character in the post time skip books.
Maybe.
Then we go to Teravangian. Uh, he's finishing his puzzles and he's like kind of stupid. Um, then they're like trying to figure out the diagram, and then he's like, the diagram is kind of dumb, and it's like we could have told you that, Teravangian. There's way too many variables for you to ever like figure it all out. Even if you're like insane, you can't like you know can predict the future unless you're evil, which you kind of are. Um, but that comes from odium and not cultivation. Then he talks with odium. Um, odium comes and he's like, "Hey, did you ever think I was gonna like talk to you when you were smart? I'm not an idiot. I'm a god. What's up?" And he like he's like, "Oh my god, you're like actually a genius. You see this far into the future, but guess what? I see everything. Shows him like how far you can see in the future, and it's all crazy. But and then that's where we figure out that Taravangian stole the Honor Blade, and he like had the Prussian attack Urithiru and stuff like that. Um, but we do see that Odium cannot foresee Renarin because he has some other power, he's some new form of power.
I didn't think it was odium. I thought the section that like in the diagram.
No, he's seeing like the crazy diagram of Odium.
I thought Taravangian was showing like the diagram that like he's revealing to Odium his diagram, everything, and Odium is like using his magic powers to like throw it up on the wall and everything. But that
Yeah,
section where it's talking about Renarin is like this black splotch.
yeah, from because Odium can't see him. Because basically, this is what I got, right? He's like, he's looking, he's leafing through the diagram. He's like, you did this without fortune or the spiritual realm. Then he like golden word. He says golden words exploded outwards upon the ones Terravains had written in the diagram. Millions upon millions of golden letters burned in the air. So he's like seeing all the eternity of craziness that Odium can see because Odium's a god. And he's like, you know,
I took it as like Odium taking the words of the diagram and like splaying them out like they were in that room when Taravangian originally wrote all of that. Kind of like a hologram.
uh, yeah, I took it as this is what Odium can see because Odium's a god.
So like Odium is trying to reconcile differences between what he sees and what Taravangian saw.
Yeah, well, Odium's like, all right, Terravanger, what's up? You're gonna, you're like doing my bidding. Oh, you got this little diagram. That's so cute. This is actually what I see. I see everything, blah blah blah. And Terravanger's like, holy shit, I can never like live up to you. And then he's like, freaking down, like falling down, like being overwhelmed by the eternity of what Odium can see. He sees a black name, which is Renarin, which is what like Odium's vision cannot see Renarin. That's what I got from it.
Okay.
But we'll see. Um, then basically uh Tervangian and Odium make a deal to spare everybody in Carbronth from the coming um storm. And that basically Tervangian and Odium are in cahoots now.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at this.
I mean, I could read you the section. Somebody
Okay,
had,
he says, allow me to show you how far I see.
yeah,
Golden words exploded outward from the ones Taravangian had written in the diagram, extending into infinity. Each one took one small element that Taravangian had written and expanded it in volumes and volumes worth of information. Okay.
yeah. And then somebody had to make the difficult decisions. He slipped off the golden seat as Odium studied another portion of the diagram. There, behind where the bed had stood, a section of words that had faded from gold to black. What was that? As he drew near, Tyrion saw that the words were blacked out into eternities, starting from this point on his wall, as if something had happened there, a ripple in what Odium could see. So he's kind of like using his diagram and like showing all the stuff, but there's like a little blind spot that he cannot see. Which makes sense because of Renarin's like future sight comes from Odium, and he's able to change his future sight. And it's like breaking what Odium, sees from the future.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I will admit I was having struggling comprehending what was going on, like
Yeah.
when they were talking about the words and going up and going golden
Yeah,
black.
it's a little confusing, but that's kind of where I got my thoughts process on that. We'll see if it's actually correct or not. Even if he's just doing the diagram, something about Renarin is special, which is cool. Maybe we'll get more Renarin next book. Then we get Shallan. Shallan is yes.
All right, so I got it.
You got it. Okay.
Adolin and Shallan are like flirting in the map room, while Dalinar is having Shallan colored parts of the map, according to who controlled it. And so we
Yeah.
got gold for Odium. That includes Alethkar, Eerie, Rira, Baba Tharnum, and Marat. There's blue and maroon for the Coalition, which is Thaylen City, Azir, and Yakaved. And then green for Undecided, which is Shinovar, Tukar, and Tubela. Um, and so they want to take over Tubela for sure because it connects, I think, Azir and Yakaved.
Yeah. They should have put this map in a colored map.
Yeah. But they want to connect, they want to take over that so that they're not split.
Yeah.
Um,
Be like the middle section basically of the map. Yeah.
guess
So
what?
that would
If
be
you
so there'd
if you
be like
find your jacket cover, the inside is a color map.
yeah, but it's not colored by the things that they say.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically they want one contiguous landmass of Azir and Yakovet all in one. That makes it easier to defend.
And then they have Thaylen City down there.
Mhm.
But
Uh,
then
then
the wedding is in a week.
yeah. Dalinar's like, guess what, Adolin? You're gonna be king. And Adolin's like, guess what? I killed Sadius. Dalinar's like, what? Um, okay. Um, like we can move past that. Who cares? We'll figure it out. And then Shallan's basically like, hey guys, guess what? Who would be the best ruler in all of history? And they're like, who? And they're like, it's Yasna Kulan. And then bam.
Yeah, I like the little Polona section next where she's like reading gossip to
Yeah.
Sabariel.
Yeah.
And she thinks that she's like, hey, the Princess of Yazir is courting Halam Khal, um, instead of the prince of the other place. And then this is when Yasna busts in wearing a crown, and she's like, "Oh, here's the gossip I'm sending out
Yeah.
today."
Yeah. And Yasna's like, if you don't listen to me, I can turn you to smoke. So you should listen to me. So Moash is, he's like working with clearing out rubble again. After he killed a god, he's just kind of like, oh, what the hell happened? And he is given the honor blade of Yezariah, or however you say this guy's name.
Yezereza.
Yezariah, whatever. He's given an honor blade of the assassin in white. That's a fun thing. He's given a new name, but he's just Moash. I don't care. Vivre. I don't know.
Fire. He says it
Fire.
sounds like it rhymes with fire.
Yeah. Uh,
So yeah,
and it's he who quiets. So he's
it
he's got an oath blade, or an honor blade.
it appears that perhaps a Parshindi stole the blade, the honor
Yeah.
blade.
It's true. Yeah, so maybe a light weaver. Went
Because we
in.
already saw the Light Weaver one infiltrate the Gemstone Reserve.
Yeah, guess it could also be Taravangian, and with the pact to Odium could have given it away, but I think it's cooler if it's a light. But then if it's a light weaver, he wouldn't have needed to steal Tef's coat, but maybe it was a red herring and Tef's coat wasn't actually the thing.
Could be.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, craziness. Let's see. Then Shalon, we get the marriage scene. We get her brothers come back, which is cool. Um,
Prior to that, the funniest thing in the whole book is when
mm,
she's opening all the wedding gifts, and the funniest one being a pair of boots from Kaladin.
yep. Which is cool.
Which also earlier, whenever he was fighting Amaram, and Amaram made like the ground like quicksand basically, and then made it harden again. And when Kaladin flew up, his boot stayed, but he came out of the boot.
Yeah,
And Shalhan saw, is like, what did he do with his boots? So it's
yeah,
just like this running joke of boots.
yeah.
Um, just
Um,
it's funny.
yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, the
Um,
brothers.
the brothers came out. She gets a note from Maraise. She gets a next mission. Your next mission is equally important. One of the unmade seems willing to break from Odium. Our good and that of your radiant friends align. You will find this unmade, and you will persuade it to serve the Ghostbloods. Barring that, you will capture and deliver it to us. So she's got a new quest for book 4. Shah's Anat. So we're gonna get more Shah's Anat. Um, she's gonna be very cool. Um,
Oh, here is where Shallan. Uh, this is where it's a sprint of Shah and not that Renarin is uh
mm,
bonded to.
okay, yeah,
She feels that they might not know that Renarin is bonded to one. So she feels like she knows some information that they don't know.
yeah, that's right. Yes. Uh, Curious how much of Shallan's brothers are going to be in the next books. They didn't seem particularly interesting. Um,
Yeah,
so
I could
maybe
take him
they'll
or leave him.
same. Then we get
Dalinar
Dalinar in the final POV. Um, he starts
of
writing
this
his
chapter.
of this chapter, basically, and then he starts writing the Oathbringer his autobiography, My Glory, My Shame. Um, yeah, and they have to make new words for the male pronoun, which is funny. Um, or the male I, sorry. Um, and because he's been doing pretty good at learning how to read and write. I wonder if it's probably his bondsmith stuff helped kind of assimilate the language faster. I'm guessing
Maybe.
because he's able to write really fast. Uh,
Yeah.
unless there was there was like a week time jump or something after the battle, or a couple weeks maybe.
Yeah, it's been like 8 day, it was 8 days when Taravangian, so a week, another week, so about 15, 16 days,
Yeah, so I'm guessing
couple weeks.
his bond stuff. If he's able to touch and learn Aegis, he's probably able to touch Navani and learn how to write.
No.
They probably just had to practice the actual muscle memory of it. Yeah.
Teft is so Bridge 13 is squired to Teft.
Mhm.
Um and we learned that Rock gave Oathbringer and the other two shards to Dalinar as payment for freeing Bridge 4. So what it came around that Dalinar given Oathbringer to Sadeas to free Bridge 4,
Yeah.
and then he gets it back along with two other shards, Helleran's blade and Amaram's armor. It would seem, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So, um,
I wonder what those are gonna go to.
I don't know. I mean, Oathbringer's on his wall right now, so.
Yeah. Oh man, Dalinar can now read. It's a new world.
And right. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, now we actually have permission from the book to read it. So there's that.
Yeah.
If Dalinar can read, we can read.
Let's see, I did highlight something here. Let's see here. Yeah, it said he said the most important words a man can say are "I will do better." These are not the most important words any man can say. I am a man, and they are what I needed to say. And so, like,
Yeah.
basically, just talks about his feelings in the book and what he's learned.
Yeah, it's very good stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and then we get the epilogue and Wit does stuff. I don't care.
Yeah. So I'll take this one.
All right.
All right, so Wit is it was very confusing at first.
He's in
But
Kona.
Wit's walking in line in the Kolinar ruins behind a Thaylen man who doesn't speak Alethi, but he's like, "Oh, you can't even understand me." So he's like, "All right, I'm gonna skip ahead of you then." And then the guy punches him and knocks a tooth out, and he's like, "Ah, all right, that's part of my disguise now." Um, and then he goes and he awakens a doll to draw out a little girl who he brings back to Kenny. And Kenny takes the child, and Kenny's husband, Cobb, asks Wit to stay, but he won't. Um, and then he changes the command on the doll, and this is all awakening skills. This is stuff from Warbreaker.
Mm.
He changes the command to the doll, and I think it was to protect um, them because he actually felt for them now. Um, and then I forget I didn't write the exact quote. For some reason I was saying query. Um,
Of what?
then he leaves them and walks up to the palace. He ignores the guards and the workers, um, and convinces a cryptic Spren to come to him, promising him juicy truths, and ends the chapter with saying, "Life before death, little one." So maybe maybe he's a light weaver now. Um, Hold on. And I've got some other notes about what's going on. So it said something slipped from one of the cracks in the wall, a moving pattern that dimpled the stone. It crossed to his hand, which he tucked into his rags as the guards seized him under the arms and hauled him out into the gardens, then tossed him among the beggars there. Once they were gone, Wit rolled over and looked at the pattern that now covered his palm. It seemed to be trembling. Life before death, little one, he whispered.
Yeah.
But right before that, it's either go with me now, Wit said to the wall, or wait it out and get captured. I honestly don't even know if you've the mind to listen, but if you do, know this. I will give you truths, and I know some juicy ones. So he definitely convinced a cryptic Spren to go with him, and then at least said the first of the three parts of the first ideal.
Yeah.
Um, and so, harking back to Mistborn, I'm pretty sure that Wit used feruchemy in here as well. And it's the reason why I believe this is the quote is that he had a few days with his healing repressed. until the tooth grew back. And then it goes on to say the right concoction had made him lose his hair in patches.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's ferrochemy where he's repressing something that he's doing for a little while to save for later.
Could be. Could be.
And then of course he uses breath from uh, Warbreaker, and then gets a spren.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah. Fun. Uh,
Oh, hey.
I
Dun, dun,
hate
dun,
it.
dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Da, da, da. End of the book. Just for that, I just I could really deal without Wit. I wish he would just go away, never come back. I just don't care. Sorry, I know people like him. You probably like him. I just don't care about Wit at all.
I know you don't.
My eyes glaze over when he just starts talking nonsense. I was like, you never had any plot relevance except for like talking to Shalon twice or something. Just go away.
Yeah.
Or do something. Either go away or do something.
No, I feel you. I like him. It's very enigmatic. I'll put it
Yeah,
that way.
I think it was fun like the first two times, but it's been like 17 times. I'm just like, all right, I'm kind of done with your shtick, honestly.
Okay.
I don't think my problem is I don't think he adds anything to the book other than being like mysterious. And it's kind of cool the first couple of times, but right now I'm just like, all right. If I would rather like I don't know if this was like a Ash epilogue where she does something or like anyone else, I would have been more interested than like all right, Wit is gonna do some Wit stuff and then say something esoteric and then maybe get a sprint or something. I don't know. Find out next book.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
but yeah, crazy end. I I will say that Brandon left. I'll
I'm gonna
say
go get this Arcanum Unbound.
nice. I will say probably my favorite of the Stormlight books so far.
This one.
Yeah.
Overall, I think I've I've got to say Words of Radiance is my favorite overall, like as a book as a whole. However, the part 5 of this book is better than book 3 as a whole, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I'll say like book 3, the pacing wasn't as good as book 2.
No, it
So
does have some lulls in the middle and stuff.
so there were parts where it was hard to be like, okay, yeah, I'll keep reading.
And the Shazemore stuff was weird, but kind of cool, but also a little slow. Um, but yeah, it was good. I'm kind of annoyed that I have to read a side book instead of jumping straight into book 4.
Yeah, so we got Don Shard. I'm trying to let's see. So that's 417. It's about 50-ish pages. Shadows for Silence in the Forests of Hell. Um, if you it would allow us to have a brief record a brief episode next week to release, and then we uh follow up with Don Shard after that if you want.
Okay.
Would you be okay with that?
Or will I have to get another book, or is it online?
Uh you'd have it's in Arcanum Unbound. I don't know if they sell it separately, but it is Shadows for Silence in the Forests of Hell. It's in this book, which has a whole bunch of short stories and stuff within the Cosmere.
Yeah. Okay.
It's up to
Uh,
you if you want to. I think it'd be fun just to keep us in.
it's fine. What's it about?
It is in the Threnodite system,
Okay,
and
it tells me so much.
right, it says the Threnodite system. I'll just read the first first little paragraph or bit about the Threnodite system, which you should read before you read the short story. So, Thornite system is a site warped by an ancient conflict. Long ago, soon after the shattering, Odium clashed with and mortally wounded the shard Ambition here. Ambition would later be splintered, though that final act took place in a different location. The direct clash between two shards of Adel Nauseam had a profound effect on the planets of this system. Though the actual battle took place in the vast space between planets, and though the true contest happened mostly in other realms, the ripples of destruction and change washed through the system. Investigations into how this changed the other planets of the system have been fruitless, as none of them have perpendicularities to allow physical visitation. And there's more information to give you.
Is it like a novel or like a lore dump? Or
There's
like is it like a story or is it
there's a
like a
story, but like this little bit that starts off, this is just like one of the scholars or whatever, like Naj or somebody that's written some stuff in world. One of the
yeah.
world hopping scholars wrote this little blurb before. It's like a little essay about the Threnodite system written
Yeah.
by one of the world hoppers.
And Dawn Shards about Risen.
Yes.
Gonna do stuff, I guess. Okay. Well, yeah, hopefully Risen will be cool.
So, um, you want to read it?
Sure.
Okay. Get you some more get you some more Cosmere stuff, and you might be like, it is kind of like a horror-ish short story, by the way. There's like, yeah,
Zombies.
kind of, yeah. You
Okay.
might like it. I mean, you should like the thing, but you'll probably be like, I have no idea how this connects to the Cosmere, but because I didn't either. I still don't really, but it's a fun story.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Short little
It's only like 60 pages, so
yeah, it'll be fun.
yeah. All right. Well, we have finished four books now, three books and a novella,
Yeah.
Stormlight Archives. And so thank y'all for staying with us. This has been the longest episode to date. Um,
A lot of shit happens in that
yeah,
section.
a lot of stuff happened in that section. Book four, we're gonna have to split each part into like probably two sections for each part.
Yeah.
So they won't be as long of reading, but still probably be about 2.5, 3 hours long per episode. Um, if you haven't done so, like, subscribe, follow, share, review. Those things help us get out to more people that enjoy this kind of stuff. People like you, me, Justin, Chris, our friends, your friends, um, and probably some of our enemies too. They probably
Ooh,
like this kind of
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Odium likes it.
Odium is very passionate about it. Visit our sponsor, Mudcat Whiskers, at www.mudcatwhiskers.com. Use code paperweights at checkout to save yourself 15%. And we shall see y'all next week after I return from my cruise.
Yeah, have fun. And happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.